to defend the justice of my cause, and as a member of an organization that is supportedly or supposedly built on the premise of being a voice of the voiceless, has accused me of unsanitary behavior. Members, you yourselves have witnessed that over the last few months, I've had the great honor of not only representing members of the public, but having them join us here in this august house to witness for themselves democracy in action. In this legislature, we as Build One South Africa have hosted disgruntled spaza shop owners from Kataras, frustrated residents of Leratong village, landless community members of Utopia Informal Settlement, aggrieved Mfuleni locals, as well as citizens young and old, all knocking on the doors of justice, asking an equal chance. Through their attendance at various sittings, we have successfully fostered meaningful public participation in legislative processes, and this, might I add, is our mandate as members of this House. Members, never has anyone ever objected to the presence of the aforementioned community members invited by BOSA. They have never ever raised any concern whatsoever. No one has taken any exception, except when a visually impaired Dumisani Ntombela entered the holy sanctuary, walked the corridors, and dared to take a seat among them as an equal. Then, and only then, did the African National Congress express great displeasure. And I say the ANC because we all know, Member Tlebere, you did not write that speech for yourself. Is it because Dumisani has no eyes that you think he has no agency? All the other guests of BOSA were seen as legitimate political stakeholders who had a right to be here. No one questioned whether or not they were being used. No one questioned whether or not they were ploys because they have no disabilities. But when Dumisani, because he cannot see, is now treated like someone who cannot think, when Dumisani comes into the House, a whole member stands up and questions whether or not he ought to be there. It is a shame indeed. He is reduced to nothing. You don't even know his name because when Member Tlebere mentioned him, he mentioned him as someone who is blind, stripping away his dignity, stripping away his personhood. He was reduced to nothing, and his somebodyness was ransacked by those who believe that they have the omnipotence to give and take away one's value and worth. Who then, I ask, is discriminating against him and using him as a piece in a political chessboard? Your own deceitfulness, member, has deceived you. Although I must admit, I'm not surprised that you question my intention and by extension my integrity, your hearts have long grown calloused, hardened and cold to the needs of the citizenry, believing that you are the custodians of virtue and gatekeepers of right standing. It is you who have now become the oppressor. You can no longer feel, you can no longer tell fact from fiction, you can no longer distinguish between what's imagined and what's real. You see a quest for justice as a parade. Have you lost your mind? I wonder, in closing, how else can we describe your collective ability to lie about the existence of distribution centers and spaza shop owners that you've helped and manufacturers? You are in the habit of manufacturing the truth. How can you defend the decay in Mfuleni and other municipalities? How can you use the existence of someone who is visually impaired coming to the House as an attack on a member? You have no shame. Member Tlebere, the truth is not in you, but I don't blame you. Birds of a feather, they flock together. A liar always knows he's lying, and that is why liars travel in packs. These are the words of James Baldwin. I would encourage you to read. But one thing about a lie, it is short-lived. I can tell you for a fact that the judgment day is coming for the ANC and the vengeance will be swift. I thank you.
Honorable Chokwe. Honorable Chokwe, order, honorable members. Honorable Chokwe, your member statement, please.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. On Rule 90, Honorable Speaker, I don't think it was proper for Honorable Mahometa.
Honorable Chokwe, you're making a member statement. You made a request to make a member statement. Member state.
Yeah.
Just order, honorable members. Emangyan. I have a request here from you to make a member statement. Yeah, that's why I asked you to rise and do that.
Yeah, yes. Yes, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm putting on my gadget here. I want to emphasize that land is a burning issue which need urgent attention in our province to avoid a high number of land evasion, which is supposed to be reserved for agricultural purpose. Honorable members, we are really in need of land audit processes to fast-track the intention to give us a clear understanding on which areas in our province is suitable for agricultural and economic activities, such as the industrial areas and farming areas for community development to produce more and increase food security while protecting environment that is influenced and infiltrated by the cause of climate change. Madam Speaker, highlighting the critical issues of land ownership and economic participation, these are indeed significant challenges that can hinder the profound economic empowerment through shortage of land ownership for economic activities, including agricultural sustainability, for maximum farming participation across the province. There are significance of land ownership that include the historical injustice, that include limited access to land, and we will also look at the economic participation of it. The suppliers versus producer, as I mentioned, being the only supplier and not producers that can limit economic growth and empowerment. The second one being the value chain participation. To create more value, farmers should strive to participate in the entire value chain, from production to processing, marketing, and distribution. The last one being access to market and finance, where the farmers need to access the market, the finance, and other resources to scale up their economic activities and participate more meaningfully in the economy. To address these challenges, it is essential for the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment to consider the following fundamental aspects. One, implement policies that promote land reform and restitution, support community or farming-led economic development initiative, provide training and capacity building program to enhance skills and knowledge in areas like business management, marketing, and financial management. Lastly, to facilitate access to market, to finance, and other relevant resources to support farming economic development through agricultural, small-scale farming, communal small farming, and even commercial farming to increase food production. By working together, Honorable Speaker, to address these challenges, we can create more equitable and empowering economic environment for all. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chokwe. Honorable members, I received the following apologies. Honorable Rasi Dingwani is feeling a little bit under the weather. MEC Peters is on party business. And the following honorable members are also on urgent party business. Honorable Msimang, Honorable Cheke, Honorable Nell, and Honorable Robinson. Secretary, could you please read the first order?
Thank you, Speaker. Human Settlements Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Human Settlements, including its entities, for the financial year 2024-2025.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mketi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. and greetings to the honorable members and our people of Gauteng. I, Honorable Noma Themba Mokgethi, Chairperson, Human Settlement Portfolio Committee, tables the committee oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement second quarterly performance report for the 2024-2025 financial year. Honorable Speaker, considering that the honorable members would have read the report, I'm only going to focus on the highlights in the second quarterly report and take the rest as in the report as read. The Portfolio Committee noted that for the second quarter ending 30 September 2024, a total expenditure for the department amount to 2.3 billion, which translates to 41% of the total budget of 5.7 billion. The department underspent by 20% in quarter two due to the delay in the approval of the ISUPG business plan and a slow procurement process for the projects under both conditional grants. Expenditure is anticipated to increase in the third and fourth quarter as the department addresses the gazetting and procurement process. The department plans to achieve 25 of its targets across its 4 programs. They have achieved 11 of its targets, which translates to 44%. Were fully achieved, and then 5, which translate to 24% targets, were partially achieved, and 8, which translate to 32%, were not achieved and at various stages of implementation. The unachieved targets will be achieved during the remaining quarters of the financial year. Close monitoring of delivery and implementation of these programs will be conducted to ensure that the department address the delivery shortfall while implementing the targets for the subsequent quarters. With regard to program expenditure, the Portfolio Committee notes that in Program 1, the department spent 90% of its budget. In Program 2, the department managed to spend 30,016,000, registering an expenditure of 534%, while the previous quarter, the department achieved 252%. In Program 3, the department have a variance of 417,795,000. This is the main program of the department where bulk of its budget sits. Most service delivery outputs of the department are sitting in this program. And in Program 4, the department managed to spend 166% of its budget. The Portfolio Committee noted that during the quarter under review, the Gauteng Partnership Fund overall performance for 2024-2025 is sitting at 63.6%. With regard to the number of work opportunities created through EPWP incentive grant, 721 jobs were created against a planned target of 700. On the number of work opportunities created through Human Settlement Development Grant, the department had a planned target of 100 and 441 work opportunities were created as at the end of the quarter under review. The department achieved its target on percentage of invoices paid within 30 days of receipt. They reported that 100% of these invoices were paid within 30 days of receipt. A planned target of routine maintenance and environmental upkeep of hostels provided. Furthermore, on the number of detailed designs of alternative energy solutions completed for the inner city hostels. With regard to the post-2014 title deeds registered, the planned target was 1,072, and of this was not achieved as 0% was realized. On the number of new title deeds registered, the planned target was 10 and 0 was achieved. The committee remained concerned on how the department will ensure that they are realized in quarter 3. In relation to the percentage of residential rental housing disputes resolved by the end of the financial year, the planned target was 70% and it was not achieved, as 27.11% was achieved. In terms of the number of ownership disputes resolved in respect of the pre-1994 title deeds backlog, The planned targets was 23. However, 14 ownership disputes were resolved. Furthermore, the department has committed itself in supporting emerging small businesses and local suppliers in its planning. In addition to, the department has also introduced mega projects which resonates with the spatial transformation and in construction houses, creating jobs and improving the livelihoods of people of Gauteng. Procurement budget that targets business owned by youth. The department partially achieved its target as 10.87% paid to businesses owned by youth against a planned target of 20%. In relation to the percentage of procurement budget that targets businesses owned by other designated group, the department achieved 0.51% against its planned target of 10%. These non-achievements are concerning as they are delaying the achievement of the provincial and national policy pronouncement regarding the designated groups. These targets are not achieved every financial year, which means that the department is failing to procure services from the designated groups. The Portfolio Committee continues to encourage the department to ensure effective, efficient, quality service delivery, and where necessary, the department should put control measures and consequence management on non-performance. Madam Speaker, the committee concerns: 1, the Portfolio Committee is concerned about the department's failure to provide reasons for not achieving the planned targets of resolving 70% of the residential rental housing disputes. 2, failure to provide reasons for not achieving the planned target of registering 1,072 post-2014 title deeds. Failure to provide reasons for not achieving the planned target of registering 10 new title deeds. And then 4, lack of consequence management and accountability for not achieving targets. The Portfolio Committee remains concerned about the slow progress in number of households receiving subsidies through the Finance-Linked Individual Subsidy Program, abbreviated as FLISP. And lastly, the Portfolio Committee noted the slow progress in handover of flats in Eldorado Park to the rightful owners. On recommendations, based on this set above concerns, the committee is expected to get responses by the 31st of October 2025. The department should provide reasons for not meeting the targets of resolving 70% residential housing dispute, provide reasons for the non-achievement of the planned targets of registering 1,072 post-2014 title deeds, provide reasons for non-achievement of planned targets of registering 10 title deeds, new title deeds. The department should provide a report outlining any consequence management faced by the officials for not meeting their targets. The department should provide a plan on how these targets should be met by, by the end of the financial year on the number of households that receive subsidies through the Finance-Linked Individual Subsidy. And lastly, the department should provide timeframes on when handover of flats in the Eldorado will be completed. On acknowledgements, Madam Speaker, the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee wishes to thank the MEC for Human Settlement, MEC Mutara, and the head of the department, Ms. P. Mbanjwa, and the Gauteng Partnership CEO, Ms. Lindiwe Kwele, and their teams. The chairperson further wishes to acknowledge and express her gratitude to the honorable members for the Portfolio Committee of Human Settlement for their dedication and commitment. And furthermore, the Portfolio Committee would like to express appreciation for the contribution of support staff members for their dedication and commitment. On adoption in terms of Rule 1172C, read together with 164, the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee presents the oversight report on the second quarterly performance of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements for 2024-2025 financial year, taking into account the concerns and proposed recommendations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mukherjee. Is there a seconder?
Speaker, I wish to second.
Thank you very much. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those that are not in favor say no. So the report is adopted. Secretary, could you read the second order, please?
Thank you, Speaker. Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the financial year 2024-2025.
Honorable Kumalo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, honorable members. I want to start by placing on record that the parts of the reports that I'm not going to read should be taken as being read. The Portfolio Committee noted that the following on the performance of Q2 of the Department of COGTA for the year 2024-2025. 1, financial performance. The department's second quarterly performance report shows that there was an expenditure of 57%. In terms of the total budget versus the expenditure, the department has utilized 29%, far below the projected expenditure of 50% as at the end of the quarter under review. The major contributor of underspending has been noted under goods and services at 29%. Condition grant expenditure is sitting at 36%. On compensation of employee, department spent 103%. On non-financial, the overall performance of the department was 81% achieved and 19% not achieved. During the end of the reporting period, in the administration program 6, targets were planned and 67%, which is 4 of the planned targets were achieved, while 33% were not achieved. The department has planned 21 targets under the local government support program, and 90% of that 19 of the planned target were achieved, while 10% of 2 were not achieved. However, Program 3, being the key service delivery output, has recorded 71% of the planned target achieved and 29% were not achieved. Finally, in the Traditional Institutional Development Program, 2 targets were planned and achieved on risk assessment, inability to effectively support municipality to be financially viable, disruptive of administrative and political operation in Hang municipality. That was identified by committee as a challenge. Committee findings. On financial governance concerns, municipalities are struggling to proactively address the financial governance issues, leading to increased unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Rising of UIF and W expenditure despite provincial support initiatives aimed at improving the financial viability of Mfuleni and Mirafo municipality and sustainability. Hefty reliance on national and provincial grant for operational expenditure is still a major issue. On smart meter installation delays, the installation of 3,300 smart meters was delayed this quarter due to procurement issues related to customization of the component. On our proposed recommendations, and I need to indicate that all of these recommendations should be submitted to the GPL in a written response by the 31st of the first month, which is January of 2025. The first one, enhance financial governance. Municipalities should implement more robust financial governance framework to actively address and mitigate financial risk. This could include regular audits, improved financial oversight, and stricter compliance measures to reduce unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. On strengthening support initiatives, the province should reassess and enhance its support initiatives to ensure that they effectively improve financial viability and sustainability of municipalities. This might involve a targeted training program, better resource allocation, and continuous evaluation of the impact itself. On improved procurement processes, to avoid delays in projects such as the installation of smart meters, as example, the department should streamline their procurement processes. This could involve better planning, ensuring timely procurement of material, and address any customization requirement early in the project.
Honorable Kumalo.
I'm sorry, it just
Yeah, you had
muted.
muted yourself. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. The chairperson, the committee wishes to thank the MEC for COCTA, Mr. Mamabulo, the head of department, Dr. Bartley, and his team. The chairperson wishes to appreciate the diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during the deliberation on the detail of the second quarter oversight report for the financial year under review on the Gauteng Department of COCTA quarterly performance report. To all members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable A. Musai, Honorable N. Mukhobe, Honorable Estim Msimanga, Honorable K. Raselungwana, Honorable B. Machene, Honorable M. Masuling, Honorable N. Delebi, Honorable S. Nyati, Honorable N. Diacher, Honorable L. Masilela, and Honorable F.R. Ngubeni. We want to thank you for the dedication and commitment. The committee's gratitude is extended to the following support staff: Group Coordinator, Ms. Z. Mpanzwambalo, Senior Researcher, Dr. S. Nenweli, Committee Coordinator, Ms. J. Nyembe, Researcher, Mr. S. Nene, Media Officer, Ms. P. Bulasegovo, Information Officer, L. Ngume, Committee Administrator, Ms. N. Mtembu, Service Officer, Ms. C. Mtetwa, and Hansard Recorder, Mr. N. Mbonani. On adoption in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2, subsection C, read together with Rule 164, the COCTA and EGAF Portfolio Committee present the oversight report on the second quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Department of COCTA for the financial year 2024 to 2025 financial year and proposed recommendations for adoption. I thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kumalo. Is there a seconder?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I move to second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes?
Yes.
All those that are not in favor say no. The report is adopted because the yeses have it. Secretary, please read the third order.
Thank you, Speaker. Education Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Education for the financial year 2024-2025.
Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the House and to the residents of Gauteng. I put it to the House that sections that are not read should be considered as read. The committee has noted the following key highlights for the quarter under review in its assessment of the Gauteng Department of Education second quarterly report for the 2024-25 financial year. The department reports that the 2024 annual ICT Indaba Expo was held at Sanwat Park High School in Boksburg, Eguruleni on the 16th of August 2024. The Expo recognized the significance of bridging the digital divide that exists within the country, Gauteng province in particular. With a focus on inclusive ICT integration, the Expo featured discussions on artificial intelligence, coding and robotics, cybersecurity, Internet of Things, mobile technology. The committee further welcomed the responses to the question on a progress report on the introduction of robotics and coding in selected schools, and that is one of the key provincial priorities. The department reports that a total of 185,285 candidates have been registered to participate in the examinations, comprising of 136,597 full-time students and 48,688 part-time or repeater candidates. The class of 2024 marks the 17th cohort of the grade 12 learners to undertake the NCS examination. In response to the unique challenges faced by this group, the GDE has implemented a variety of crucial support interventions since the beginning of the academic year, ensuring that all the candidates are adequately prepared for this significant academic milestone. The committee further noted that the 2025 online admissions application commenced on Thursday, the 11th of July, led by the MEC for Education and Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, Honorable Matume Chilwane at Diepsloot Youth Center. More than 229,000 grade 1 and 8 applications were successfully processed on the first day. Parents and guardians are encouraged to either upload certified copies of required documents onto the system or to submit them at the schools where they applied within 7 days. With respect to the 2024 matric exams, which commenced on the 21st of October, the department reported that preparations went well for the upcoming 2024 NCS examinations. The Gauteng Department of Education received a total allocation of 65,842,939,000 in the 2024-25 financial year, and has thus spent 32,088,010,000 by the end of the quarter under review. This shows that the department has spent 51% of the total budget. The department's overall expenditure conforms to Treasury's regulations, which indicates that the department must spend at least 25% of their budgets in each quarter, with the acceptance of 5% over expenditure and 5% under expenditure. The committee noted that the quarter under review, infrastructure development expenditure continues to lag behind in terms of expenditure. The department states that the low expenditure is as a result of underperformance by GDID as an implementing agent. It is not immediately clear on how this will be remedied, noting that this is a yearly occurrence. Generally, the department's performance in the quarter under review is fair across 5 programs and suggests that the department will achieve its planned 2024-25 financial year objectives. This will further ensure that the department is Generally, the department's performance in the quarter under review is fair across all 5 programs and suggests that the department will achieve its planned 2024-25 financial year objectives. This will further ensure that the department continues to build stability within all sub-programs in respect to budget spending. Furthermore, the committee noted that the outcome of the second quarter is as follows: for that 3 APP targets for the quarter under review were all achieved by the department. The committee is concerned about the increasing number of illegal independent schools in the province. With respect to infrastructure development, the committee is concerned that schools such as Rotara LCN schools, the Dr. W.K. du Plessis Special School and Bafeti Special School, there has not been progress or movement in respect to addressing infrastructure challenges, such as building. The Rotara LCN School has been outstanding for over 5 years. With Bafeti School, the contractor previously abandoned site and the contractor only took occupation of the site 2 weeks ago. It is important to highlight that the emanating from Dr. W.K. du Plessis Special School, as of Friday last week, the contractor has downed tools due to non-payment of the commissioned work by the implementing agent. The committee is concerned about the slow pace of the eradication of outstanding schools built with asbestos material, and the quarterly report does not show how the department intends to eradicate the asbestos structures which have been in existence for a long time, despite many committee resolutions on the same. On committee recommendations, the committee recommends that the department should put mechanisms in place to curb the increasing number of illegal independent schools in the province, as this poses challenges for learners. For example, once the school is closed, learners are often facing challenges of placement. With respect to infrastructure development challenges at the Rotara Elsen School, Dr. W.K. du Plessis Special School and Bafeti Special School, the department is requested to put mechanisms in place on how the school will be assisted and tangible plans to build the new Rotara Elsen schools. With respect to schools built with asbestos material, the committee recommends that the department should provide the committee with timeframes as to when and how the department will eradicate asbestos structures which have been in existence for a long time despite many committee resolutions on the same. The department should provide the committee with responses by the 28th of February 2025. The committee wishes to thank the MEC for Education, Honorable Matume Chulane, and all his senior officials for the presentation of the second quarter report and the substantial and sustained efforts they have made to inform the Portfolio Committee of the details of the quarterly report. Would like to thank members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Sesedinyane, Honorable Makubela, Honorable Dos Santos, Honorable Waters, Honorable Ngobeni, Honorable Mkwanazi, Honorable Ali, for their dedication and support during this process. Also, Honorable Engelbert, The committee would also like to thank the group committee coordinator, Ms. Suziwe Panjambalo, the senior researcher, Ms. Gaia. We would like to thank our committee coordinator, Mr. Mashilwane, committee recorder, and our service officer, media officer, senior information officer, and the public participation support. In terms of Rule 1172, C read with Rule 164, the Education Committee hereby recommends that the report on the Gauteng Department of Education second quarterly report for the 24-25 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into account the committee consent and proposed recommendations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mhlongo. Is there a seconder? Honorable Sisenian.
Thank you, Speaker, and rise to second. Thank you.
I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Those that are in favor say no. So the yeses have it and the report is adopted. Secretary, could you read the fourth order, please?
Thank you, Speaker. Sports, Recreation, Arts, Culture and Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation, including its entities for the financial year 2024-2025.
Honorable Tlebera.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, honorable members of the Provincial Legislature and the people of Gauteng. The Gauteng Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation received the overall budget allocation of 1,090 million for the 2024-25 financial year, and an amount of 594,331,000 was spent at the end of the quarter under review, which reflects an expenditure of 54.5% of the annual budget. The expenditure is in line with Treasury regulations, as the department was expected to spend 50% by the end of the first quarter, which was below the 5%, which is accepted according to the Treasury regulations. For the quarter under review, the department had a budget allocation of 395,781,000, and they spent 407,726,000, which was 103% expenditure, which was an overspending of 3%. The department had set 75 APP targets for this quarter, and they achieved 57, which is 76%, and could not achieve 18, which is 24% of the set targets. They have managed to pay 82% of the valid invoices within 15 days. The Gauteng Film Commission was allocated a quarterly budget of 14,295,000 and managed to spend 11,876,000, which is 83% expenditure, reflecting an underspending of 17%. They have set 28 targets for the quarter under review and achieved 18, which is 64.3%. The Portfolio Committee commends the department on the meeting their targets on procuring from businesses owned by people living with disabilities as well as military veterans. For many years, they struggled to achieve these targets and hope they keep to this target going forward. Operationalization of monuments remains the biggest challenge for the department. They are still struggling to get CDB municipality to provide them with expenditure reports for funding transfers that they make to ensure that Bipato Memorial is operational. Women's Living Heritage Monument and Kagiso Memorial are not fully operational and handed over to the respective municipalities for operationalization. They continue to support these monuments with security and cleaning when they are not serving the purpose which they have been built for. These are heritage monuments and should be beneficial to the province and its citizens. Heritage is known to be powerful stimulus for economic development and tourism, and hospitality industries depend on such monuments to thrive. Year after year, the department has been missing the opportunity to harness the potential offered by these facilities for economic development in the communities which they are situated. The committee is concerned with moving of service delivery targets to the following quarter, which has been a historical challenge within the department, particularly those that require funding for implementation. Targets for funding organization in library and archival services, cultural affairs, as well as sports and recreation were not achieved and were postponed to the third quarter. This has a potential to affect the targets for the third quarter, and they will have limited time to conclude the process and to have the organizations to implement their programs before the end of the financial year. The first quarter budget allocation for Program 1 administration was 45,356,000, and the department spent 53,374,000, which is 108.1% expenditure and an overspending of 8.1%. The department reported that they have exceeded the allocation for compensation of employees due to budget cuts. They also indicated that they have requested a reclassification of funds from GPT and that this was approved and will be implemented during the adjustment period. The funds were reclassified from goods and services because of the shortfall in the compensation of employees. The second quarter budget allocation for Program 2, Cultural Affairs, was 69,216,000, and the department spent 65,517,000, which is an expenditure of 94.7% and underspending of 5.3%. The department attributed this underspending to the lower than expected transfer payments to Wipato Memorial due to their non-compliance with reporting requirements and financial accountability. The transfer for grant-in aid have also been moved to third quarter of the financial year under review as they are still in the process of adjudication and awarding letters. The Gauteng Film Commission was allocated a quarterly budget of 14,295,000 and they spent 11,876,000, which is 83% expenditure, reflecting an unspending of 17%. This is a decline in performance considering that in the previous quarter, 90% of the quarterly allocation was spent. The underspending is attributed to the late finalization of the projects supported under industry support and development. This is a decline in performance considering that in the previous year, 90% of the quarterly allocation was spent. The underspending is attributed to the late finalization of the projects supported under industry support and development. They have set 28 targets for the quarter under review and achieved 18, which is 64.3%. The second quarter budget allocation for Program 3, Library and Archival Services, was 181,122,000 and managed to spend 209,827,000, which marks an expenditure of 115.6% and overspending by 15.46%. The overspending is attributed to transfer to municipalities since all the payments were processed during this period. For the quarter under review, the program had 12 targets planned and 75% were achieved. The expenditure for the program set at 115.8% at the end of the quarter. The committee is concerned with the correlation between the targets achieved and expenditure not corresponding. The second quarter budget allocation for Program 4, Sports and Recreation, was 96,087,000 and managed to spend 79,008,000, which reflects an expenditure of 82.2% and underspending of 17.8%. The department attributed the underspending to delays in implementing the artificial turfs. They reported that they will fast-track the implementation of this infrastructure during the third quarter of the current financial year. The committee findings and concerns: consistent failure to ensure museums and monuments are funded accordingly and resolving IGR issues. It is also, number two, it is also apparent from the report that the department has not succeeded in ensuring that heritage assets like museum and monuments are able to generate revenue to augment what the department provides in terms of grants. It is also not clear what steps are being taken to remedy the situations where facilities or management in the said facilities are not performing according to the expectation of the department. The 3% overspending on the quarter budget allocated and the potential to overspend at the end of the financial year. However, this is within 76% APP achievement, which shows no correlation between the budget expenditure and the recorded APP performance. The management did not take reasonable steps to ensure that transfer to non-profit institution and that transfer to municipality are done timeously. Committee recommendations that the department undertakes urgent measures to obtain the said reports from the Bipato Monument, Women's Living Heritage, and Monument, Owar Tambo Precinct, and Kagiso Monument, including providing support to the said facilities. The department should ensure that the above monument are assisted to generate revenue either through hiring out facilities to the NGOs or businesses that can optimize their usage within the framework of the PMFA. The study tours or visits to monuments like Freedom Park or Ditso Museum of Culture and History be undertaken to observe how these facilities generate their revenue to augment their grant funding. Put strict budget controls to monitor budget expenditure in line with the approved budget. This should include assessment of the factors contributing to the failures to meet said target. Ensure that transfers to non-profit organizations and municipalities are done timeously, and provide the committee with a plan by the 28th February 2025. The committee would like to thank the MEC for Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, Honorable Matume Chulani, HOD, Mr. China Mashinini, and officials of the department. The committee appreciates the diligence, deliberation of the Honorable Chairperson, Ditlebere, Honorable Members, Tinlo, VEB Litsualo, MD Slope, MS Shabalala, LD Diacher, T. Sitika, and Miso, DK
Honorable
Adams.
Member, your time is up. Thank you very much. Is there a
The
second?
committee will recommend that the House adopt the following report with the following Rule 117, 2C, read together with the Rule
Your
of
time is
164 of
up,
the Gauteng
Honorable
Legislature.
Tlhabere.
Sport, Arts and Culture, Recreation, tabled.
Is there a seconder? Honorable Ndlovu?
Member Ndlovu, I rise to second. Oh, sorry.
I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those that are not in favor say no. The yeses have it and the report is adopted. Secretary, could you read the fifth order?
Thank you, Speaker. Community Safety Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Community Safety for the financial year 2024-2025.
Honorable Dr. Masuku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, the Chief Whip of the ruling party, the Premier, members of the Executive. I hereby table the report on the second quarter of the Community Safety for the financial year 24-25. On the 29th November, the committee received a second quarter crime statistics presented by General Tomi Mtombeni, which significantly showed quite a significant decline in crime incidents in Gauteng. Amongst the key achievements in Gauteng is that for the second quarter in succession, 15 of the 17 community reported serious crimes, we had a serious decrease on it. Crime incidents dropped by 6,525 cases, reflecting a 6% reduction in overall crime compared to the same period last year. Contact crimes also had decreased, in particular murder, attempted murder, assault with intent to cause GBH, common assault, also showed 7.6% decline. The province also saw a reduction in property-related crimes, in particular that there was a 10.7% decrease in arson and malicious damage to property. The committee also received the report that Operation Chanela and law enforcement agencies made 22,243 arrests. It also indicated that there are significant recoveries that were made during Operation Chanela. 238 firearms were removed from the streets. 3,480 rounds of ammunition were removed. 138 stolen vehicles were recovered. 173,000 kilograms of drugs were removed from the streets. This shows that significantly we are moving towards a positive step towards a safer communities across Gauteng. And this is bear testimony of the diligent efforts of the police officers and all the law enforcement agencies in fighting crime in our province. The committee would want to present the report further and also request that the House consider parts of the report that are not going to read out loud to be considered as read. And I will also focus on the executive summary and then do recommendations and concerns. The department continued to discharge its function of monitoring police performance, safety, promotion, and traffic management. For the quarter under review, the following achievements were recorded: 37 unannounced and 201 unannounced oversight visits to police stations were conducted. 187,000 households were visitors across the province by gender-based violence femicide brigades to empower communities on the fight against GBVF. 18 GOD empowerment programs were conducted. 76 court picketing in support of GBVF victims were done. 5,057 GBVF victims were supported, and 10 green doors were rolled out. 302 GBVF cases were tracked within the criminal justice system. 220 social crime prevention programs were conducted. 150 school safety interventions were conducted. An additional 53 Gauteng traffic wardens were appointed in the quarter under review, resulting in a total of 8,888 Gauteng traffic wardens appointed and deployed, with 744 patrol vehicles continuously deployed across the province to reduce crime and restore order. 26,381 crime prevention operations were conducted during the quarter under review. This included, amongst others, operations on illegal mining, prevention of infrastructure vandalism, second-hand goods dealership compliance, stop and search, compliance inspection, as well as high-density operations. Furthermore, the Air Wing unit continued with the deployment of 3 helicopters at crime hotspots areas, recorded numerous successes in preventing armed robberies, illegal mining operations, hijacked buildings, house robbery, arrest, and recovery of stolen goods. Through the traffic management sub-program, various traffic law enforcement operations were conducted as follows: 2,348 reckless and negligent driving operations, 548 drunken driving operations, 4,188 speed operations, 723 pedestrian operations, 26,381 crime prevention operations, and 47 compliance inspections were conducted. Under the concern that we also had during the report is that underachievement of targets was observed mainly on targets related to procurement spent on business owned by women, youth, people living with disability, and township-based enterprise. On the committee concerns, the following observations and concerns were made. The committee is concerned by the report that no allocation was made for the training of Gauteng traffic wardens despite the increase in take of Gauteng traffic wardens, as well as the budget reduction for their tools of trade. The committee is concerned that not all procured drones were operational due to lack of accreditation. The committee noted that 150 school safety interventions were conducted, noted that 302 GBVF cases were tracked, noted 454 chrome dockets were analyzed, and 77 priority cases were tracked. The committee, concerned by the report, reported complaints relating to police inefficiency. The committee is concerned by the underachievement of targets on township economy, GOD empowerment, which includes support to business owned by women, youth, and persons with disabilities. The committee therefore recommends that the department must report on the following recommendations by the 15th February 2025. Measures in place for provision of training and tools of trade for Gauteng traffic wardens. The measures in place to ensure accreditation of procured drones, to ensure drones are fully utilized and functional. The outcomes of the school safety interventions which were conducted in the court under review. The status of the 302 gender-based violence cases. The findings of the 454 analyzed crime dockets. The report on cases on police inefficiency received in the court under review include corrective measures implemented to minimize such inefficiencies. The department must develop and implement systems to improve support and ensure achievement of targets related to GOD empowerment. The committee wishes to acknowledge the Premier, Honorable P.L. Lusufi, the HOD, Ms. Nontsigalelo Sisulu, and their team for their cooperation during the committee assessment of the Department of Community Safety. Further thank the members of the committee, Honorable Manamela, Honorable Gunene Moody, Honorable Evans, Honorable Maloka, Honorable Nyati, Honorable Bosch, Honorable Soon for their diligence in assessing and deliberations in the review of this report. And also like to thank all the support staff as led by the committee coordinator, Zuziwe Pajwambalo, the researcher, Sekina Neweli, the coordinator, Tabile Malumane, the researcher, Babalo Malise Banda, and all the other staff members. In terms of Rule 117, Section 2, subsection C, read together with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the committee hereby presents its oversight report on the year 24-25 second quarter report on the Department of Safety to the House for adoption with the committee concerns and proposed recommendations. I hereby present the report for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Masuku. Is there a seconder?
Madam Speaker, John Moody, I rise to second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moody. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no. So the yeses have it and the report is adopted. Secretary, could you read the sixth order, please?
Thank you, Speaker. Debate on the annual report on the Department of Human Settlements, including its entities for the financial year 2023-2024.
Thank you. Honorable Chirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a comparison of the 22-23 annual report of the Department of Human Settlements against the 23-24 performance reflects the department struggling to deliver on its core mandate of housing development. Consequently, many residents of Gauteng continue to live in poor conditions with little hope of any change in the immediate future. Although the department was able to spend 93% of its budget on Programme 3, Housing Development, which is a core program, the department continues to report slow spending and delayed projects because of its inability to deal with the challenges caused by land invasions, underperforming building contractors, undocumented foreign nationals, the impact of the lack of bulk infrastructure, failing infrastructure, and ever-increasing disruptions from business forums. Implementing a proper and effective intergovernmental relations process is an ongoing challenge. This is particularly evident in the unclear roles and responsibilities related to projects, as well as the existing disconnect and conflicts between the provincial and local governments. Additionally, there is confusion surrounding the responsibilities for providing bulk services. The red tape and overregulation restricting a robust and effective public-private partnership relationship prevents the injection of necessary private sector investment into the human settlements sector. There is a repetitive inability to set and achieve realistic and meaningful targets in program delivery in almost all of its initiatives. To her credit, the new MEC, Matara, has been candid in acknowledging the enormous shortcomings. There are many issues which require intense and protracted interventions. They include the need to drive, develop and facilitate a process to achieve the realization of the right of granting every citizen access to adequate housing of an acceptable standard, the performance of the department in the rollout of the hostel redevelopment plan, the rapid land release program, the formalization of the informal settlements plan, and the FLIS program must be improved. A cooperative process with other entities to introduce and implement an effective Gauteng infrastructure master plan is essential for more sustainable infrastructure and bulk services. The lack of effective cooperation between provincial government and the metros in particular regarding services is an existential threat to the entire building industry, which restricts sustainable investment by the private sector into the industry and whose survival is dependent on such participation. There is an urgency to accelerate the delivery of title deeds by introducing effective mechanisms to ensure continuous dialogue and cooperation between all municipalities in Gauteng and the various deeds officers. Urgent steps are required to more effectively utilise the Gauteng Partnership Fund to provide access to financing facilities to bridge the housing affordability and property development gap. An analysis and review of the National Housing Needs Register to eradicate fraud and corruption in the allocation process is a necessity. There must be an intersector initiative to form an anti-crime directorate in collaboration with SAPS and the private sector to identify, monitor and prevent crime and extortion in the housing development industry. The establishment of interactive community forums to collaborate with residents and community organisations in identifying, monitoring and enhancing housing opportunities will ensure buy-in from our residents. The Department and MEC must initiate an intergovernmental relations process at all levels of government to ensure an effective border policy is introduced to stem the flow of undocumented migrants into our overcrowded informal settlements. A DA provincial government would eliminate systemic underperformance that has hindered the department's service delivery by implementing all these initiatives. Furthermore, the DA will enhance communication and coordination between the department and the varying housing agencies, including the HDA, the GHF, the GPF and municipal housing departments. Due to a silo approach, there has been a lack of cohesion and sustainability, which can be avoided with thorough planning, realistic goal setting and better and more effective interaction with these entities and others like Rand Water and Eskom. In the interim, the DA will continue to put pressure on the department and the MEC to take immediate corrective measures to stop this department from failing to deliver on its constitutional mandate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Chirota. Honourable R. Abrahams, issue online.
Greetings, Madam Speaker. Greetings to my fellow colleagues in the House as well. Terwyl ons vandag hier vergader, bly daar 1.2 miljoen begunstigdes op Gauteng se provinsiale behuisingswaglys. Volgens syfers was dat deur die Departement van Menslike Nedersettings bekend gemaak is. Onamptelike ramings dui egter daarop dat die werklike aantal meer as 2 miljoen rand beloop, met sommige individue wat meer as 20 jaar wag om op daai lys te wees. Intussen beweer die ANC-regering dat dit slegs 10,000 huise per jaar kan voorsien. Teen hierdie tempo sal dit meer as 60 jaar neem voordat die begunstigdes op die provinsiale waglys hul grondwetlike reg op behuising kan verwesenlik. Agbare spreker, dit is teleurstellend om te rapporteer dat slegs 43,050 huise teen die einde van die 6de administrasie oor 5 jaar voltooi is. Wat nog erger is, in plaas daarvan om 'n behuisingspogings te versnel, het die departement 'n anti-grondbesettings moniteringsinstrument aangeskaaf om onwettige grondbesettings aan te spreek. Die EFF weier om arms te kriminaliseer vir die tekortkominge van hierdie staat. Die realiteit is dat daar 'n gebrek aan politieke wil by die ANC is om die behuisingskrisis aan te pak. Aangesien hierdie departement sukkel om basiese doelwitte te bereik, soos om sy eie teiken van 631 voltooide struktuur vanaf onvoltooide en verlate projekte te behaal. Madam Speaker, van die beplande 10,000 huise, het die departement in 2023 slegs 7,089 huise gelewer, en weer eens het hulle hul skamele teikens gemis. Projekte soos Mamelodi uitbreidings 6, Westoria Barna en die Montrose Mega behuisingsprojek met 'n waarde van 11 miljard en bedoel om 13,000 wooneenhede te skep, is nou in wanorde met eenhede wat agtergelaat, geplunder en onvoltooid is. Madam Speaker, daarom het die EFF konsekwentend gepleit vir verhoogde staatskapasiteit en die stigting van die staatseise konstruksiemaatskappye om te voorkom dat die konstruksieterreine deur kontrakteurs geplunder word wat uit staat uitgebuit word en versuim om projekte te lewer. Verder sou die staatseise konstruksiemaatskappye talle werksgeleenthede skep en verseker dat hierdie projekte omskep word in werksgeleenthede en vaardigheidsontwikkelinge. Dit is veral belangrik aangesien die departement tekortkomings geskied het in die teiken om slegs 7,500 werksgeleenthede te skep deur die menslike nedersettingsontwikkelingssubsidie en die uitgebreide openbare werkersprogram EPWP. Ten spyte van die ambisieuse planne wat deur die premier Lesofie aangekondig is om 68 informele nedersettings in Gauteng te opgradeer, is nie 'n enkele informele nedersetting ten volle opgegradeer in die 2023-24 finansiële jaar nie. Skokkend genoeg het slegs een informele nedersetting in Tshwane tot fase 2 gevorder. Die departement het hierdie gebrek aan vordering toegeskryf aan die langdurige proses wat betrokke is by die opgradering van informele nedersettings. Madam Speaker, hierdie departement sukkel duidelik om transformerende praktyke toe te pas vir al die duidelike behandeling van breingemeenskappe soos Alpha Park,
Honorable Abrams, your date is
moet
up.
nou omgesien word. Dankie, Madam Speaker, waardeer.
Thank you. Yeah, I was reminded of the Afrikaans lessons. Thank you very much. MK Party, it's your turn. We don't have a name here. Whoever is assigned, please proceed.
Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the MK Party, we would like to forward an apology that due to party political commitments, the members who are scheduled to speak are not going to be able to due to the problem of the signal where they are deployed. So we'll forfeit that space. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Member, Honorable Murray, Action SA.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I was wondering, is it possible to get maybe 1 minute? Okay. No, it's fine. I was asking colleagues.
Just familiarize
Speaker,
yourself with the rules book. Proceed.
The report is more than a collection of figures. It reflects our collective effort to address one of the most pressing challenges in our province, the provision of adequate housing to our people in Gauteng. While we note 1 or 2 achievements by the department, Matata Salamangatamo, the department achieved 58% of their planned targets. A whooping 42% was not achieved. I mean, this is like 50%. Program 4, which oversees housing, asset and property management, achieved only 2 out of 7, so you can imagine the impact. Rapid urbanization and migration are not a new phenomenon. These factors have been cited repeatedly in reports year after year, yet the department continues to fail. A backlog of the 1.3 million housing units represents more than a statistics. It is a glaring indictment of this department's inability to plan and to respond to the needs of Gauteng people. We are told of bureaucratic hurdles, slow title deed processing, unproclaimed townships, and delays in intergovernmental approvals. These are not insurmountable obstacles. They are evidence of poor leadership and administrative inertia. Why has the department failed to address these processes? It's been 30 years now, and these inefficiencies have left thousands of our family members waiting. The report also mentions land invasion, proliferation of informal settlement, portraying these as unforeseen disruptions. It's been 30 years. In truth, they are consequence of the department's lack of foresight and control. The growth in formal settlement points to a government unable to enforce its own plans. Poor contractor performance is another recitation year in, year out. Why are they repeatedly failing to deliver these contractors? Who is holding them accountable? While the department seems okay to offer us a litany of excuses after excuses. And then there's an issue of funding. Yes, there is a shortfall, but this is no justification for the systematic failures we've witnessed. 30 years into democracy, how did we get here? Where a 68-year-old pensioner, Tate Roni from Mohlakeng, applied for the house in 1996 and is still waiting to date. But 23-year-olds and younger are owning RDP houses. Illegal foreigners are owning RDP houses. It seems like this government is not bothered. As Action SA, we believe that initiative highlighted in this report about improved intergovernmental relations, about better contractor oversight, we will have or will do better in terms of community engagements, are merely promises on paper, Speaker, until they are translated into real progress. The people of Gauteng don't need more initiatives, they need homes, they need a department that doesn't just identify problems, but solves them. We further believe that strict border control measures should be put in place to avoid the influx
Honorable
and
Muri,
all
it's
its bad
time.
consequences so that we can deal with our issues internally. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Muri. Honorable Duplessis.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Residents of Gauteng are continuing to suffer inhumane, unsanitary and undignified living conditions due to the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements failing to address the housing crisis in the province. The Gauteng government's 2024 medium-term budget indicates that the department's failure is not due to insufficient funding, but failure to align housing policies with the real challenges faced on the ground. While the Gauteng government's 2024 medium-term budget emphasises human settlements and mega developments, it's crucial to pause and critically evaluate its effectiveness and alignment with the pressing needs of our communities in Gauteng. Firstly, the 5.8 billion allocation for human settlements, though significant, lacks a clear strategy to address the root causes of housing inequality. Informal settlements continue to expand with limited evidence that past initiatives like the Rapid Land Release Program or Urban Renewal Program have achieved meaningful, scalable results. Communities in townships such as Alexandra and Backersdale still face deteriorating infrastructure and overcrowded conditions. Mega developments touted as transformational often favour high-profile projects over localised needs. These developments risk marginalised low-income communities by focusing on attracting investment and middle-income residents while failing to integrate the poor into urban spaces meaningfully. Spatial divide remains entrenched, with many developments perpetuating the socio-economic divides of the past. Moreover, while the government speaks of promoting transparency, systematic inefficiencies persist. Delays in issuing title deeds and auditing service providers hamper the progress of housing delivery. Without these foundational issues resolved, even the most ambitious projects will fall short of their promises. Ultimately, lacking genuine community engagement in developing housing policy undermines their sustainability. Policies created without considering the lived experiences of residents are likely to fail in addressing long-term housing and settlement challenges. A Democratic Alliance-led Gauteng provincial government would develop effective solutions to housing challenges by addressing the root causes. We would review the current housing policies to better address the needs of Gauteng residents. This review would effectively involve the input of those policies aimed to serve Gauteng residents. The DA will continue to support the people of Gauteng who face significant barriers to securing adequate housing for far too long. We will continue to push the Gauteng government to create policies that tackle the housing problems in our province. Gauteng residents have the right to access safe and affordable housing. It is unacceptable that this right is being violated when resources are available to ensure it is met. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Duplessis. Honourable Schneemann.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've listened to the speeches here and have decided it's better to stick to what I have to say. It might help educate members on that side of the House. They may have a better understanding. You actually need education. But I just want to make one comment before I get into my speech, and that is that the two members of the DA keep telling us how they would do better. They keep telling us of some track record that they have. But I want to assure you, when you land in Cape Town, it's clear you don't have a track record. It's clear you don't know how to deliver to those who need housing the most. And the Western Cape is an example of how you do not know how to deliver. So I think it's better to get your own backyard sorted out before you come and criticise everybody else. But, Madam Speaker, the annual report which we are debating today provides a report on the last financial year of the Sixth Administration. It gives us an opportunity to reflect on the performance of the Department of Human Settlements in Gauteng and also to focus on what needs to be done in the coming 5-year period of this, the 7th Administration. Having had the opportunity to serve on the Portfolio Committee since September 2020, there are a number of areas which will require attention in the coming 5 years, and I want to raise these very briefly. Firstly, the improved coordination and planning by provincial departments in the provision of infrastructure such as schools, clinics and community halls, police stations, in human settlements, housing projects such as mega projects. It is taking too long to roll out such infrastructure, and better planning could speed up the provision of such and other infrastructure and services. And Cosmos City is still an example I'd want to raise where we got it correct. And I think we should go back and look at what we were able to do there in rolling out everything almost at once. The upgrading of informal services, settlements and provision of services, in particular the provision of energy through solar power and other forms of green energy. Illegal connections are both hazardous and a danger to those living in informal settlements. In particular, to the MEC, I want to raise the informal settlement of Zandspruit, which is the oldest informal settlement in the north of Johannesburg. And I want to make an appeal on behalf of the residents of Zandspruit for this particular area to be prioritised as one of the informal settlements for upgrading during the term of the 7th Administration. The provision of bulk services for human settlements projects, we need to see well-coordinated planning and budgeting to ensure that there are no delays in the completion of projects, and that where there are delays and where we've got projects completed without bulk infrastructure, that this becomes a thing of the past. Securing of housing projects against vandalism and illegal occupation, adequate security needs to be provided at all times. The policies and regulations of the Department need to make provision for security to be provided in situations where a contractor leaves site. At the same time, the Department needs to review the contractual obligations of contractors regarding the provision of security and whether it is possible for provisions that would require security services to remain on site until the Department has secured the services of security companies. I raise this because it cannot be correct that additional funds have to be spent to repair what had already been built and is subsequently vandalised. Achieving of targets set, a lot more attention needs to be placed on the Department of Human Settlements achieving its targets. Realistic and achievable targets should be set. Incomplete or blocked projects, attention needs to be given to completing these projects, and more importantly, the Department needs to ensure that going forward, housing projects are completed in time and within budget. There are some 5,000 uncompleted housing units in the project, in the province, should I say. A time frame is needed by when these units will be completed, as they will bring much relief to 5,000 households. In addition, the Department needs to take adequate steps to ensure continuous monitoring of the performance of contractors and, where necessary, intervene earlier rather than later. And then the last point I want to raise is that the Department's inability to meet its targets, focusing on women, the youth and persons with disabilities. The Department needs to pay special attention to meeting these targets. During the financial year under review that we are debating today, I'd like to highlight the following. Firstly, 58% of targets were achieved, whilst 42% were not achieved. That is a concern, and a lot more attention will need to be given to ensuring that targets set are targets achieved. The targets achieved for the current financial year need to be at a higher level than those achieved in the 23-2024 financial year. The Department of Human Settlements achieved an unqualified audit opinion from the Auditor General. The Housing Fund improved from a disclaimer to an adverse opinion. The Department needs to work harder to achieve improved audit opinions each year. It might be hard work, but it can actually be done. There has been a reduction in the number of audit findings compared to previous years, and this is welcomed, and this needs to be sustained going forward, that we bring down those number of findings so that we get to a stage where we can actually have a clean audit in the department. Whilst there has been an overachievement in the number of breaking new ground houses completed, it is important that this trend continues over the coming 5 years. It's time to change gear, and it's time to deliver at a faster pace. Housing projects need to be completed once again within time and within budget. The number of households in informal settlements relocated to mega projects was overachieved, and in the coming years, it would be important to see the number per year increasing at a far faster pace. For the period 2019-2020 to 23-24, an average of 95.4% of invoices were paid within 30 days. With regard to the Dallas flats and other flats in Elralda Park, which fall under the control of the provincial government and which require urgent maintenance, it is pleasing to hear that the department has plans that are already at an advanced stage to carry out maintenance, and that timelines by when maintenance will start are in place. And we're happy to hear that, and we look forward to that actually taking place. During the recent election campaign, I had the opportunity to interact with residents in the Dallas flats, who shared their frustration regarding geysers not working and the cutting of grass around flats. I reported this at the time, and I'm hoping that these geysers have actually been repaired. The Montrose development is a cause for concern. When the Portfolio Committee visited the project last year in the 6th administration, progress had been made with the provision of limited bulk infrastructure. Beneficiaries were allocated to completed units. The solar geysers which were not working were fixed. The committee also visited a newly completed substation, which was awaiting agreements between the municipality and the mining company to be finalised. In a recent visit with the NCOP and a subsequent visit by the Portfolio Committee, we were, to put it mildly, horrified to see the levels of vandalism, with a number of complete flats possible in an irreparable condition. Even worse was the almost total destruction of the substation building. Whilst I've referred earlier to the provisions of security, what happened in Montrose needs to be investigated, and those found to be responsible for a lack of response and for failing to take any action to prevent the vandalism must face the necessary consequences. In 2019, when the 6th administration was constituted, the Department of Human Settlements was not performing optimally. This resulted in a comprehensive turnaround strategy being put in place in mid-2020. It was anchored on 6 pillars, which are as follows: governance, financial management, organisational realignment and change management, technology and systems, integrated planning and programme delivery. In the 2019-2020 financial year, targets achieved stood at 16% and those not achieved at 56%. In the 2023-24 financial year, targets achieved stood at 58% and those not achieved at 31%. With regards to the opinion of the Auditor General, in the 2019-2020 financial year, the Department received a qualified audit opinion, whilst in the 22-23 and 2023-24 financial years, the Department received an unqualified opinion in both of those financial years. Clearly, the turnaround strategy is starting to bear fruit. It is heartening to see that the performance of the Department is improving, and as the ANC, we trust that this is just the start, and that in the coming 5 years, the Department will improve even further. The role of the Gauteng Partnership Fund in respect of student accommodation is welcomed, and they should be given credit for the work they have done over the years. However, it seems the mandate of the GPF is being increased with their involvement in mega projects and the upgrading of informal settlements. Whilst their role is welcomed, it should not be at the expense of their original mandate being eroded. Their financial sustainability going forward also needs to be considered, and is a matter which the Portfolio Committee was concerned about. We need to see clear targets and timeframes so that the work and performance of the GPF can be assessed. We have a plan as the African National Congress and the ANC-led government in Gauteng. We have a plan and we have the experience. It's time to move into top gear and deliver with speed to those who need access to housing the most. The senior management of the Department of Human Settlements need to lead the charge in changing gear and lead from the front. Unfortunately, the senior management at times has been rather at the back, and that's what we would like to see, a department that is leading from the front and moving into top gear. On that note, I want to thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairman. Right on time. MEC?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, let me start by just acknowledging the members who participated in the debate. Member Shirota, I appreciate your comments. I think you started well, but you took a serious tangent at the end, making claims about what a DA government would be able to do in the sector. I don't think it's almost possible. But Member Du Plessis, you're the first DA member that does not appreciate how mega projects have turned the tide in housing delivery. You repeat that the DA will push for policy reforms. I'm yet to hear just one example of a reform. It's easy to make these statements, just back it up with well thought of, well-researched and sound implementable policy propositions. Member More, I think let me just place on record that illegal foreigners don't own RDPs through allocation from government. They do, however, own those from purchasing them from past beneficiaries. Much like any other private property owned by individuals who sell them to any willing buyer who has the means to do so. It's for this reason that the Department of Human Settlement has outlawed selling houses within the first 8 years. Let me just go to Member Abrams. Jy het regtig niks gesê nie behalwe om ons hele APP te herhaal, om vir ons al die syfers te vertel wat ons self aangemeld het. Van alles wat jy gesê het, het ek net 'n bietjie raad vir jou. Gaan leer tog wat is 'n jaarsverslag. Honourable Sneeman, thank you so much. I can't agree with you more on the sad state of affairs at the Montrose mega project. We have shared in detail what our plans are, both with the committee and the NCOP. We believe that we will be able to salvage and restore the project, as there remains a huge demand for that development in the area. Today, we gathered to discuss the annual reports of the Department for Human Settlements for the 2023-2024 financial year, a year marked by significant progress, fiscal responsibility, and a commitment to improving the lives of our communities. I'm proud to start by highlighting the positive audit opinion that the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements has received. Coming from a disclaimer, this is not merely a reflection of numbers, but also a testament to our unwavering commitment to fiscal responsibility and transparency. It signifies that the public purse is being safeguarded and that robust systems to curb corruption, maladministration are firmly in place within our department. We stand resolute in our pledge to ensure that the taxpayers' money is utilized efficiently and effectively. The year in review demonstrated remarkable improvements in our key deliverables across the province. Notably, we've made strides in addressing housing shortages and enhancing living conditions for our residents. However, as we celebrate these achievements, we must critically assess how we can further innovate our service delivery, particularly in the realm of sanitation. We've introduced alternative sanitation solutions, and this represents a revolutionary step forward in how we deliver essential services. Our commitment to these solutions is underscored by Gauteng's Treasury decision to allocate an additional 109 million to fund the interim sanitation program. This funding is part of a broader initiative aimed at addressing the sanitation challenges faced by many communities in Gauteng, especially in the informal settlements and under-resourced areas. It is imperative that we provide sustainable and dignified sanitation options for all our residents. Since the dawn of democracy, we've delivered over 1.1 million housing opportunities, improving the lives of approximately 3.5 million people in Gauteng. This is an achievement we must all take pride in. In addition, we have generated 218,443 jobs and work opportunities through our departmental projects, contributing to the economic upliftment of our province. Our rapid land release program now includes service stands, allocating beneficiaries to choose from 7 different pre-approved building plans. This initiative empowers individuals to construct their own homes rather than waiting for fully subsidized housing. These service stands come equipped with essential services such as water, electricity, roads, streetlights and sewage, ensuring that our communities have the foundation they need for healthy and prosperous living. I'd really like to acknowledge the invaluable role of the Gauteng Partnership Fund, an entity of our department that supports human settlements delivery through a multitude of well-developed programs. Their efforts have been instrumental in enhancing our housing initiatives and ensuring sustainable growth in our communities. The provision of housing remains a steadfast commitment of the Department of Human Settlements. Our focus on creating sustainable human settlements in Gauteng is paramount over the short to medium term. In alignment with the TISH commitments, we will continue to work in hostels, particularly focusing on daily maintenance and improvements in the 6 hostels we own: George Koch, Ritabile, LTA Denver, JP, Murray and Robertson, MBA. We are also working diligently with municipalities to provide energy security in these facilities, with considerable progress already made. Moreover, the upgrading of informal settlements is a crucial commitment we'll uphold. The eradication of informal settlements and the decongestion of households into mega projects and other housing developments remains a priority for our department. These developments are designed not only to provide shelter, but also to incorporate socio-economic amenities and requisite infrastructure. As part of our ongoing efforts, we'll continue conducting feasibility studies to adopt appropriate approaches tailored to unique needs of each informal settlement. Our goal is not just to provide shelter, but to foster environments where communities can thrive. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, as we engage in today's debate, let's acknowledge the progress we've made while remaining vigilant in our commitment to innovation and improvement. Together, we can build a Gauteng where every resident has access to quality housing and essential services. Let's work collaboratively to ensure that our efforts today lay the foundation for a brighter, more sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC Mutara. Secretary, could you please read the 7th order?
Thank you, Speaker. Consideration of the Human Settlements Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the Annual Report of the Department of Human Settlement, including its entities for the financial year 2023-2024.
Honorable Dr. Moketi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you once more, and greetings to our honorable members and our people of Gauteng. I, Honorable Nomathemba Moketi, the chairperson of Human Settlement Portfolio Committee, tables the Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements Annual Report for the 2023-2024 financial year. Honorable Speaker, as I've already said, I'm only going to focus on the highlights in the report and take the rest of the report as read. The department's total expenditure for the period ending 31st of March. I'm sorry, I was a bit distracted, Speaker. The department total expenditure for the period ending 31st of March 2024 was over 5.4 billion, recording an under expenditure of 423,906,000 of the total allocation. The department spent 92.8% of the total budget allocation in 2023-2024 financial year. The department's expenditure per program for the 2023-2024 financial year was as follows. Program 1, the department spent 93%. By the end of the financial year under review, this reflects an under expenditure to the amount of 49,823,000, which translates to 6.65%. The under expenditure is due to unfilled vacant posts and delays in procurement of office building for the department. On Program 2, the department spent 82% of the allocated budget, reflecting an under expenditure of 4.1 million, which translates to 18.47%. The underspending is due to remote working, as employees are claiming less traveling allowance, and the department has reduced the over-reliance on consultants. I think MEC will really want to commend you on that, and we wish that you'll keep it up. Furthermore, the department is hosting workshops via Teams, which results in underspending on catering. On Program 3, the department has spent 93%, reflecting an under expenditure amounting to 355,622,000, which translates to 7.18%. The slow spending is also due to delays in construction activities due to land invasions and business forum disputes. The late approval of the ISUPG business plan also contributed to the slow expenditure percentage. And lastly, Program 4, the department spent 93%, reflecting an under expenditure amounting to 14,265,000, which translates to 7.17%. The underspending is due to delays in billing of utilities by municipalities. The portfolio committee noted the outcomes for the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements for this financial year 2023-2024 financial year obtained an unqualified audit opinion with material findings on compliance with laws and regulations, as well as material findings on audit of predetermined objectives. The audit outcome for the Gauteng Housing Fund have improved in their financial statements. The Gauteng Partnership Fund obtained an unqualified audit opinion with material findings on compliance with laws and regulations. This audit opinion is the same as the prior year. Furthermore, the portfolio committee noted that some targets were not achieved. However, there has been an improvement in the overall achievement of targets compared to the prior year, especially in relation to a housing development program linked to the mandate of the department from 15% in 2022-2023 financial year to 68% in 2023-2024 financial year, which is also highly commendable. MEC, the committee noted that the GPF has overachieved its 2023-2024 financial year target for rental units. The target was 348 for housing units completed versus 360 units completed or delivered. An implementation protocol for 2023-2024 financial year was concluded with the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement to implement identified mega projects. The organization facilitated the delivery of 400 service stands and 1,543 top structures. The total amount of the unspent grant towards mega projects from the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements amounts to 177 million. This will be deferred to the new financial year for completion of the outstanding units. The portfolio committee noted that on the number of households in former settlements relocated to completed units in mega projects, the planned target was 200 and it was achieved, as 290 was recorded as an overachievement. The overachievement was attributed to the inclusion of Devon informal settlement, one of the 3 informal settlements added to the adjusted business plan designated for relocation of the Impumelelo and Obet Mtombeni mega projects. One of the number of approved beneficiaries allocated quality assured housing units per financial year. The planned target for the financial year under review was 100%, and this was not achieved, as 91.66 beneficiaries were allocated to the available housing units. The underperformance was partly due to the non-appearance of some beneficiaries as scheduled for allocation. Out of 5,513 readily available housing units, only 5,053 have been allocated to the approved beneficiaries. On committee concerns, Madam Speaker, the committee is concerned about failure to submit annual and quarterly reports for the Gauteng Housing Fund to the committee as presented by the Auditor General. The Portfolio Committee noted that the department has been struggling to achieve the set targets on designated groups. The The Portfolio Committee noted that with concern that most of the completed housing projects have been abandoned. And lastly, lack of reporting with regard to the Fraud and Corruption Unit. The department did not indicate the nature of cases resolved during the year under review. On recommendations, the committee is expecting the department to respond on the following by the 31st of January 2025. The department should submit an annual and quarterly report for Gauteng Housing Fund to the GPL for consideration. The department should submit plans in place to achieve the set targets on designated groups. The department should submit a detailed report outlining the number of housing projects that were completed, as well as those that were abandoned or unfinished, especially the municipalities involved for oversight purposes. Additionally, the department should clarify how this issue will be addressed. And lastly, in relation to the Fraud and Corruption Unit, the department should submit a report indicating the nature of cases resolved during the year under review. On acknowledgement, Madam Speaker, the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee wishes to thank the MEC for Human Settlement, MEC Tasmin Mutara, the head of the department, Ms. Pim Banjwa, Gauteng Partnership CEO, Ms. Lindiwe Kwele, and their teams. The chairperson further wishes to acknowledge and express her gratitude to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement. Furthermore, the Portfolio Committee would like to express appreciation for the contribution of the support staff members for their dedication and commitment. On adoption, in terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164, the the Portfolio Committee for Human Settlement presents to the House the Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement Annual Report for the 2023-2024 financial year for adoption, taking into consideration the concerns and proposed recommendations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Mukiti. Is there a seconder?
I rise to second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Those that are not in favor say no. So the yeses have it and the report is adopted. Secretary, could you please read order number 8?
Thank you, Speaker. Debate on the annual report for the Department of COGTA for 2023-2024. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Ali.
Thank you so much, Speaker. The phrase prevention is better than cure is more than just a colloquialism. It is the truth. MEC Mamabolo, the province ought not to stand by and watch our municipalities fall into a ditch before we play our part in guiding and, where need be, steering local government accordingly. We are of the view that province must be proactive in this case. We as BOSA are pleased that our intervention in Leratong village proved to be a catalyst. Our constant visits to that community, letters sent, emails, meetings, phone calls, they all yielded results. We drew a response from the previous speaker of Mogale City, who informed us that the municipality will transfer the ownership of the land to City of Johannesburg, and in turn, the COJ speaker visited the community and pledged to service the residents accordingly. We will be keeping an eye on this because, as you know, once bitten, twice shy. It is, however, disheartening that action from officials and public representatives must be preceded by threats and exposés. A culture of service delivery must be inculcated, one that does not need constant scrutiny for any work to be done. MEC, the same can be said about Mfuleni local municipality. We all know that. It's a secret that does not need any revelation because it's well publicized. That municipality is defunct, it's disastrous, it's completely dysfunctional. It took one video from BOSA, a recording of what resembled a waterfall of sewage, for officials to finally wake up and fix infrastructure that has been damaged for years. Well, at this rate, the municipality is run through naming and shaming, exposing and blame gaming. This is is no way to run any municipality. We have started a petition and have already garnered thousands of signatures, all singing in unison. Place Mfuleni under administration without delay, not tomorrow, but today. After which, we look forward to going to the polls to elect new leaders who don't need the glare of the cameras before they can actually get the job done. Lastly, MEC, it is the end of the year, and I'm sure we all would agree that we're quite tired. Nobody wants to have to jump through hoops to get justice regarding the indigent registers in municipalities across Gauteng. So please, can you encourage them to publicly disclose the following: the number of indigent households registered on the municipality's indigent registry in the current financial year. Number 2, how much the municipalities received in the equitable share grant from Treasury. Number 3, should there be a surplus from the equitable share grant received versus the amount that the municipality used to provide free basic services to poor households? Will the surplus funds be utilized, and if so, how? Provided there is a slow uptake of indigent subsidy registrations, how does the municipality plan to correct this phenomenon? Please, we beg, before we have to shoot another video and go to social media and do more exposés, can we get these answers sooner rather than later? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ali. Honorable De Jager.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to address the deeply troubling state of local government in Gauteng, as revealed by the Department's annual report 2023-24. This report, while celebrating a clean audit, masks a crisis of governance that threatens the very fabric of service delivery in our province. While the department boasts of its 99% expenditure rate on its 1.08 billion adjusted budget, we must ask what tangible improvements have our communities witnessed. The harsh reality facing our constituents grapple daily with failing infrastructure, unreliable services, and a government that appears more concerned with bureaucratic achievements than actual service delivery. Let us examine the devastating facts. 9 essential governance pillars remain suspended in limbo, hampered by internal conflicts and directionless leadership. The systematic failure has left municipalities like Merafong and Mfuleni drowning in financial distress. After 6 years under provincial administration, since 2018, what has this department achieved in Mfuleni? Mfuleni deserves far better than this perpetual state of dysfunction. The department's failure to deploy promised local government labour and legal experts to provide crucial capacity support speaks volumes about their commitment to municipal recovery. The infrastructure crisis in our municipality has reached catastrophic proportions. They are spending less than 5% on infrastructure maintenance, well below National Treasury's requirement of 8%. This has resulted in burst water pipes, failing electricity networks, and deteriorating roads, while our residents have to bear the brunt of this decay, and the department contents itself with merely monitoring the decline. Perhaps most alarming is the vacancy rate plaguing our municipalities. How can we deliver services when we cannot fill critical positions that directly undermine service delivery in municipality? And Speaker, adding to this municipal vacancies, just today, the Gauteng High Court revealed, ruled in favour of the Democratic Alliance, upholding their application to set aside Floyd Brink's illegal appointment. This court also ordered costs to be paid to the DA. The department's failures extend to the very foundations of our democracy. Voter education programs have reached only half of their target, with 10 out of 20 planned sessions delivered. In our young democracy, this negligence in civic education is utterly unacceptable. How can we expect meaningful democratic participation when basic voter education is treated as an afterthought? Let us address the energy crisis that continues to plague our communities. While the department boasts about supporting 2 municipalities with online metering systems for large power users, thousands of households remain plunged into darkness. Their piecemeal approach to our energy crisis demonstrates a worrying lack of strategic thinking and urgency. The financial state of our municipality is equally dire. We've witnessed significant decline in capital expenditure projects and a troubling inability to pay creditors like Eskom and Rand Water. This financial mismanagement directly impacts our most vulnerable citizens who depend on reliable municipal services for their daily survival. The department's failure to implement the single-tier system of local government as per their own approved implementation plan demonstrates a concerning lack of strategic direction. The excuse of needing political decisions rings hollow when our constituents cannot feed their family with bureaucratic explanations. This paralysis in decision-making has far-reaching consequences for municipal efficiency and service delivery. Employment equity targets remain unmet, with only 40% of women in senior management positions against a target of 50%. The department has failed to properly account for its targets regarding people with disability, showing a concerning disregard for inclusive governance and representative leadership. Not a single municipality received the support in developing implementation plans for the approved NERSA tariffs, despite a target of 9 municipalities. This failure directly impacts our municipalities' ability to manage their energy costs effectively and ultimately affects service delivery in our communities. Madam Speaker, this report reveals a department...
Honourable Diagar, it's time.
Speaker, I'm speaking on both for Member Risolingwane as well.
Oh, so you're representing both in the same
Yes.
time? Okay.
Madam
so
Speaker,
the 3 minutes.
This report reveals a department that excels bureaucracy but fails at delivery, produces clean audits but poor results, and manages paperwork while mismanaging municipalities. The people of Gauteng deserve better than this administrative theatre. As the Democratic Alliance, we stand as the voice of those that this government has ignored for far too long. We recognise the daily struggles of our constituents, from water shortages to power outages, from crumbling infrastructure to non-existent service delivery. Their frustration is our mandate for change. Therefore, we demand an urgent intervention strategy for municipalities with critical vacancy rates, including fast-tracking appointments of qualified professionals, a comprehensive infrastructure maintenance plan with proper funding mechanisms and a clear implementation plans, definitive timelines for implementing the single-tier system with no excuses about pending political decisions, a full review of the department's support to struggling municipalities with measurable outcomes and accountable measures. Concrete action plans to address the energy crisis, including support for alternative energy solutions. Immediate deployment of technical experts to address distressed municipalities, particularly in financial management and infrastructure maintenance. A complete overhaul of the voter education program to ensure a broader reach and impact. Implementation of robust monitoring and evaluation system for municipal support programs. We also need to urgently address the water crisis in Gauteng by supporting municipalities with resources to address maintenance backlogs. The people of Gauteng deserve more than glossy reports and clean audits. They deserve functioning municipalities, reliable services, and accountable leadership. This department has failed to deliver on these fundamental requirements, and the time for change is now. The Democratic Alliance continues to fight tirelessly for every family left in darkness, every community without basic services, and every dream they have stolen from our constituents. The time for excuses is over, and the time for action is now. I thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Dijagar. Honourable Masoleng, she's online.
Yes, I'm online. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Honorable Masoleng, please turn your video on.
My video.
Yes. Yes, you must, just hold on, members, just hold on. Please, all the members that are participating online, could you pause your time, please? All the members that are participating online, remember that you are considered to be here. And we have a YouTube platform where people are watching us. So it is mandatory that you put your video on. Switch it on, please, madam. Thank you so much. Proceed.
Okay, e re ke nke motsotso o ke dumedise maloko a lekgotla le la province ya Gauteng baetsi le badudi ba Gauteng ka kakaretso. Speaker, during the 2024-2025 budget debate, the Economic Freedom Fighters submitted that this department is the driving force of the developmental state, particularly in a province with the largest number of metropolitan municipalities, which are the bedrock of the South African economy. This places a responsibility on COGTA to perform optimally. While the budget at just over 1 billion aims to build sustainable municipalities, this has not been the case. Re kgathetse haholo ke department ena e hlokang botsitso lemong tsena tse hlano tse fetileng. Re tshwenyeile haholo with 3 changes in accounting officers and the resignation of several senior management personnel. In the 2023-24 financial year, Gauteng municipalities continue to experience significant capacity-related challenges in areas where COGTA throughout its budget ought to have strengthened its support and technical oversight. The department reported that it spent 98% of the budget under the program on local government to ensure the functionality and ethical standards of municipalities. However, municipalities face significant setback. Mfuleni, which receives support for simplified revenue plans, still failed to comply with the debt relief program from the National Treasury. There seems to be a tendency toward laxity in the mismanagement of funds in Gauteng municipality. Bona ke re ditsotsi di jele ebile ha di kgathalle. Of the 4 municipalities, Mfuleni, Merafong, Lesedi, and Mogale, that received support to cap irregular expenditure, they still incurred a total of 7.5 billion in irregular expenditure, indicating overspending on the approved budget, an area where COGTA should have provided technical and stringent oversight. This is despite having received capacity training from COGTA. This raises questions about COGTA's capabilities and the apparent lack of decisive political will as municipalities seem to be used as looting rackets, while COGTA appears to turn a blind eye since most irregular and wasteful expenditure goes unaddressed. The Premier assured us that Gauteng will not face a water shortage this summer. However, a significant shortcoming of the 6th administration and the 2023-24 financial year has been the neglect of water infrastructure, which has led to current water crisis in areas like Johannesburg, where 40% of the water supply is lost due to leaks and aging infrastructure. More than 12 months after revealing plans for a state-of-the-art disaster management center equipped with advanced technology, Gauteng's disaster responsiveness is still lacking, and the department has acknowledged that the current provincial disaster management center is insufficient and ill-equipped to handle emergencies. Many communities in Gauteng, such as Spook Town in Bekersdal, still lack adequate electricity supply. We are concerned that the energy response plan, especially the 800 megawatt Merafong solar farm project, has not progressed over a year later, and no consultative processes were conducted with communities like Waterworks, which should benefit from this project through jobs, skills transfer, and electricity. Additionally, we have yet to receive the location and addresses of the 345 transformer installed as part of the energy crisis response plan in response to a question we asked the Premier.
Honorable Masole, your time is up.
In September 2024, sorry.
Honorable Masoleng, your time is up. Honorable members of the MK party. I don't know
They are
if...
not here, Speaker. They are not here. They are busy planting here, but we are.
Mute, please.
The moderators are on.
Mute her. Okay. On MK members, they have not indicated if they have any of their members who's going to speak. So we'll move to Honorable Mulder. Honorable Mulder.
Thank you, Honorable.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Am I audible?
Honorable Mulder, please switch your video on and you may proceed.
Honorable Speaker, my video is switched on my instrument. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
There you are. Yes, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Gauteng municipalities failing service delivery not only poses a serious threat to South Africa's economy and stability, but also to sub-Saharan Africa. Although Gauteng makes up only 1.4% of South Africa's surface area, more than a quarter of South Africans reside in the province, while it contributes 33% to the country's gross domestic product and 8% to sub-Saharan Africa's. Gauteng has the fourth largest economy in Africa after the entire South Africa, Egypt, and Nigeria. Service delivery has reached a new low in almost all Gauteng local municipalities and 2 district municipalities with, amongst other things, a large scale of water crisis brought on by water leakages and years of neglecting infrastructure, illegal water connections, and failed housing developments. Honourable Speaker, municipalities' failure to pay rand water in inaccurate integrated development plans, coupled with the fact that the Lesotho Highlands Water Project will not supply water to Gauteng for at least the end of March due to scheduled maintenance, exacerbate the problem. In addition, sewage is dumped into valuable water resources on large scale, as the current case is in the Mogale City local municipality. Ultimately, the water resources of neighboring countries are also polluted. While no water treatment plant has been planned or built, and even after interaction with the GDART Portfolio Committee on the 1st of November 2024, the Mogale City municipality is pursuing with the erection of low-cost housing at Dr. Sefularo Village development in Hackburn, to the disadvantage of the people who will be housing. This development is in contravention with SPLUMA legislation. Honourable MEC and the executive of Mogale City is well aware of that, just as they were aware of the fact that the Percy Stewart and Flip Emmons water treatment plants were not operational without any intervention. My question to the Honourable Premier last week during question time referred to whether there will be consequences for neglect. Without consequences, there will be no change. Honourable Speaker, stringent water restrictions have been imposed on the people of Gauteng, and they could even face prosecution, while incompetent Gauteng government officials in municipalities get off scot-free. Honourable Speaker, Gauteng municipalities urgently need provincial and national intervention. The national government will have to criminally prosecute the municipal officials who violate legislation, particularly those who are responsible for pollution of water resources, corruption, and fraud. Additionally,
Honourable Mulder, your time is up. It's time.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable Ngobeni.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Colleagues, the fellow citizens, as we gather this morning to scrutinize and reflect upon the recent annual oversight report of the department, I want to believe that my colleagues who spoke before me raised and highlighted a lot of governance issues. I will focus on financial management of the department. The report reveals, Speaker, that a significant increase in budget was allocated to the department from 6.3 billion to around 1.8 billion. with commendable 99% expenditure on the allocated budget, signifying responsible financial management. However, we must not overlook the surrender of funds to the Provincial Revenue Fund, hinting at potential flaws in budget forecasting or expenditure planning. While achieving a clean audit on itself is laudable, we cannot ignore the gaps highlighted in the implementation of powers and functions within municipalities and the failure to fully support the Gauteng City region as intended. It is imperative for the department to bridge these discrepancies promptly to enhance service delivery and municipal efficiency. Furthermore, Speaker, the stakeholder engagement and public involvement underscores the importance of actively listening to communities, particularly their voices, and addressing their concerns promptly. Suggestions such as establishment of the legal help desk, nurturing local skills, addressing escalating electricity charges, and improving sanitation in township should not be taken lightly. They represent real needs and expectations of our communities that demand attention and action. On strategic risk assessment, it is concerning, Speaker, to note the identified risks such as financial viability of municipalities, operational disruption, and inadequacies in supporting service delivery projects. These areas require immediate attention and effective strategies to mitigate potential adverse effects on governance and public services. In conclusion, while acknowledging the department's efforts and achievements, it is crucial to emphasize the need for tangible results in service delivery and community impact. The performance targets set must translate into real improvements in the lives of our citizens, reflecting the essence of responsible governance, effective public service delivery. As representative of the people, let us uphold the highest standards of accountability, constructive critique, and proactive measures to ensure that public resources are utilized efficiently and the needs of our communities are met effectively. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngubeni, right on time. Honorable Mokhobe, just before you speak, I just want to remind our guests that when I earlier said you do not participate in the House, it also includes taking pictures. So, Honorable Mokhobe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Premier in absentia, MECs, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, honorable members of the Provincial Legislature and the people of Gauteng. Madam Speaker, it is with great privilege to be standing in this August House today to debate the annual report of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs on behalf of my movement, the African National Congress, in this 7th Gauteng Provincial Administration. First and foremost, Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to salute our deployees, of course, of the 6th term, Honorable Mzi Khumalo, for the sterling performance and solid foundation he laid for the Department of COGTA to be where it is today. And of course, salute the current MEC, Mama Bulo, who continues with the good job. More than a year ago, Member Khumalo addressed this August House on matters pertaining to the business of COGTA in the province. This was a very significant moment in that we were only left with one lap of the 6th political term of 2019 to 2024. Honorable Speaker, it is worth reminding all members of this House that 2024 national and provincial election results have once again underscored the significance of a functional and capable cooperative governance system as envisioned by our progressive Constitution. Chapter 3 of the Constitution of the Republic, as it relates to observing principles of cooperative government, says, each sphere must cooperate with one another in mutual trust and good faith by fostering friendly relationships, assisting and supporting one another, informing one another of and consulting one another on matters of common interest. And that's why the ANC took the DA out in the city of Tshwane, because they had no principles that speaks to Chapter 3 of the Constitution. The people of Gauteng have directed us to unite and collaborate towards achieving the noble objectives of the National Development Plan 2030 vision. This has become more urgent, particularly through enhancing basic service delivery and acceleration of inclusive economic growth, amongst others. Madam Speaker, the 6th provincial administration led by the ANC had committed itself to working with the people of Gauteng to drive the following 5 elevated priorities during the period under review. That is to accelerate economic recovery, strengthen the battle against crime, corruption, and vandalism, and of course lawlessness, improve health and wellness of communities, strengthen the capacity of the state to deliver quality services, finally, to focus on incomplete infrastructure projects. Madam Speaker and members of this House, I'm very much elated to report that the ANC-led government did well in implementing the above commitments to the people of Gauteng. Service delivery is the cornerstone of the existence of government. As part of the ANC vision is to change the lives of the people. It is for this reason the ANC government is committed to ensuring that service delivery becomes real and a lived experience of our people on a daily basis. Madam Speaker, let me borrow from the freedom fighter and our revered statesman, the former youth leader himself, President Oliver Reginald Tambo, who once remarked and said, "The fight for freedom must go on until it is won. Until our country is free and happy and peaceful as part of the community of men, we cannot rest." Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Department is a custodian of service delivery, and our responsibility as members of the legislature is to, through oversight, ensure that the department plays its role in ensuring that all our municipalities in our 5 corridors of Gauteng do discharge their constitutional mandate and responsibilities. Speaker, the allocation of funds that were spent by the department, it was focused on these areas: institutional transformation, municipal support and capacity building, traditional and institutional management, and energy, transformer projects, amongst others. I'm pleased to announce that this investment has been put to good use by COGTA and accounted for properly according to the Auditor General of South Africa. The department achieved a clean audit opinion of the year under review. We congratulate them for such an achievement. Madam Speaker, we seek to navigate the dynamics affecting the state of our municipalities as it relates to financial management. The department did make an acknowledgement and concern around the 3 metros who received letters from the National Treasury regarding their inability to spend capital infrastructure grants. Accordingly, this matter has been one of the pressing issues that both COGTA and Provincial Treasury have been seized with in providing support to these municipalities and remedy the situation going forward. Speaker, on our energy response, during the period under review, the provincial government led by Premier Lesufi championed an implementation of the Energy Crisis Response Plan. This was preceded by consultative sessions with the energy sector and important stakeholders within the economic value chain of energy. A plan was produced and backed up with resources for an emergency intervention. We are pleased that this intervention was widely welcomed by both private business and our communities who benefited when it came to stabilization of the grid on the part of Operation Khanyisa Gauteng Transformer Replacement Program. Around 345 to 429 transformers were successfully installed and activated, benefiting around 40,000 households in townships. This is a remarkable achievement from provincial government. This has been done in keeping with the response of Priority 2 of the ANC Action Plan. The ANC policy directed us to fix the infrastructure constraints in energy, water that are critical of socio-economic development and community infrastructure. Madam Speaker, the ANC-led government has demonstrated that it is fully committed to the implementation of the District Development Model Program throughout Gauteng City region. continuous strengthening of seamless coordination and collaboration within the integrated Gauteng City region in fulfillment of the DDM plan is a positive action. Many of our ANC government current interventions in areas such as Mfuleni is informed by guidelines of the DDM. Madam Speaker, in terms of capacity building in municipalities, during this period under review, the Department of COGTA was seized with the work of partial intervention in the two municipalities of Mfuleni and Mirafong. The department managed to deploy support to the implementation of online metering systems for large power users and commercial customers. This work is continuously monitored through IGR platforms and other executive engagements on an ongoing basis. Speaker, to ensure that municipalities are functional, the department met its set target of supporting 11 municipalities to comply with the MSR on the appointment of senior managers and other critical technical positions. This has been a call from all members of the committee mandating the department to roll out intervention plan in respect of the municipal leadership occupying key positions in our municipalities. Madam Speaker, during the many public participation programs undertaken, people always complain about the degeneration of central business districts. The ANC government have found a solution, and Gauteng provincial government has embarked on a program to roll out a revitalization and rejuvenating our cities. Cabinet successfully approved the strategy plan. Municipalities have been encouraged to also join in mobilizing the private sector, among others, to be on board to work that is currently underway on the first pilot sites identified and are part of the cabinet resolution. The implementation is ongoing and have been publicly launched by Premier Lesufi, the MEC of COGTA, and of course, mayors. On traditional institutional management, it is well documented, Madam Speaker, that Gauteng province as it stands supports two traditional institutions, namely Amandebele Balebelo from Amanskral and Amandebele Banzunza, Sokulumi from Sokulumi. Significant progress has been achieved as it relates to the broader management of cordial relationship between the Gauteng provincial government and the two institutions of traditional leadership in our space, which of course is important. We eagerly await with great anticipation the results of the Commission on Traditional Leadership Disputes and Claims in Gauteng as it was inaugurated by Premier Lesufi a while back. The intervention we greatly support as part of restoration and preservation of cultural heritage and our social fabric. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the above work as reflected above is commendable, welcomed and noted. Our role as the ANC is to ensure that where there is room for improvement through oversight, we guide the department to realize its target for the benefit of the people of Gauteng. We will continue to strengthen oversight and ensure that plans are matched with execution. Functional municipalities remain our primary mission. The ANC recommits itself to interventions and initiatives that enhance effectiveness. By working together, we can overcome any obstacles that comes our way. We call on everybody who is a stakeholder in the business of COGTA to join hands in transforming our province. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mohobe. MC, you may reply to the debate.
I needed help. It has been a long year. Greetings to you, Honorable Madam Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to greet the leadership in the House, yourself, the Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Premier, wishing him well, the Honorable colleagues in the Executive Council, the Honorable members of this House, and of course, let me greet the Chief Whip and the very militant, very a revolutionary Deputy Chief Whip who have just addressed us in the most concise, precise, and of course a succinct manner. Special greetings to you, Deputy Chief Whip, and thanks for helping us. Let me take this opportunity to greet the chair of the Portfolio Committee, but all members of the Portfolio Committee, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, one and only, but of course, the people of the province. Now, Madam Speaker, today we are having a debate because we had initially introduced the annual reports. And we had the opportunity to outline what are the issues that are in the annual reports. But today we have the privilege and honor to respond to the debate and the points raised by honorable members. I must say that it wasn't my intention to really say much because the Deputy Chief Whip has eloquently and covered sufficient ground. In actual fact, he has really spoken for us, and I think with all respect, I should be saying, Kela Kaleo, you have covered us. Thank you very much. So thanks a lot. But there's a matter that you have raised that I think I must touch on. The free basic education you have provided to the Democratic Alliance about the fundamentals in the Constitution of our country that outlines how spheres of government works. I think, and I must be very careful of not getting into a space I said I may not get to now. But I think the Democratic Alliance is demonstrating a very poor understanding of how the country's constitution works. And I think they still have an outdated and outmoded way of thinking about how spheres of government work. They tend to believe that just like in apartheid, you can just issue instructions, directives, shout at municipalities and local government. And I think the Deputy Whip has correctly articulated how the democratic dispensation has introduced the fundamental principle of cooperative governance, which I think, honorable members, with due respect to yourselves, I would like to plead with you, when you have time, please read the Constitution of this country and the supporting legislative. You will understand how the spheres of government works. And that actually correctly explains, as you have said, why they had to be removed from all the metros in the province of Gauteng. They are nowhere, precisely because they've shown a very poor understanding of how local government, as a sphere of government, works. I just want to join you to emphasize that we work through cooperative governance and a very profound, innovative, creative solution of the district development model. Because yes, indeed, the three spheres of government need to work together, to collaborate, to cooperate, to integrate, to support each other, to handhold each other, to solve problems together. Because no single sphere of government can solve the problems that affect it alone. That is why the ANC has introduced this very profound principle of the three spheres of government working together. And this notion that you can just shout at municipalities is proven to be outdated. And that's why you are nowhere in the province. And thanks, you are not coming back. So let me leave it there. I just want to say, to conclude by saying, honorable members, and also, just sorry, another matter that I can't leave without raising. The members of the Democratic Alliance, when it suits them, they attack annual reports. Let me explain to you. Annual reports include statements of the Auditor General. And the statements of the Auditor General are not just on finances. They also include performance audit, which means performance by the department meeting its targets. So this notion of trivializing reports of the Auditor General is completely out of order. Where it suits you, you blow your trumpet on clean audits that you received. When others have got clean audits, you trivialize and actually make them you actually ridicule them. That shows how inconsistent you are. I'm sorry I had to reach this point. I never thought we'll come to this year. Let me go back to conclude by saying we have, precisely because of our analysis of the work done, and I must commend Honorable MZ Kumalo for the good work he has done. We have decided that let's convene the local government turnaround summit with all our municipalities, with national government, and of course led by the Premier. The three spheres have said and discussed how do we move forward. And I'm quite sure, honorable members, that the African National Congress will turn the corner, working with, cooperating with, hand-holding, and of course, jointly working with our municipalities. The challenges that have been raised, we are fully aware of them. We are working on them. We will assist Fuleni. We will assist Mirafong. We will assist all our municipalities in the province to make sure that they can deliver their services. They themselves are not in denial. They are saying, let us work together. If you just take Mirafong, for example, the problems of the history of gold mining in that area, and of course, the fact that mining is no longer a key contributor to GDP, and of course, its impact on households, on families, on the people, the sinkholes that it has created, the devastating environmental impact it has had there. Those problems can't be solved by Mirafong alone. It needs the three spheres of government to work together. So shouting at Mirafong, pointing long fingers, some of them twisted, it was not going to help us. Let us work together to support our municipalities. Thank you very much. Thanks, you are not coming back, and for that, we're grateful to the people. ANC lives, ANC leads. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC. Secretary, could you please read the 9th order?
Thank you, Speaker. Consideration of the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the Annual Report of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the financial year 2023-2024.
Chair of Chairs.
MEC Kamalu, can you hear me?
Yes, Chair of Chairs, I can hear you.
You can go ahead. Can you put on your video, please?
I've done that, but I see it doesn't indicate. I think your people, they are the ones who are controlling it. I've just done it. I've just done it. Chair of Chairs, I've done it. I've done it in my side, and it indicates something else.
Huh? Go ahead, please, MEC Kamalo. Member Kamalo, sorry.
Thank you for that promotion, Chair of Chairs. Chair of Chairs, I want to put on record that the parts of the report that would not be read should be taken as being read. I would concentrate on the executive summary, concerns of the committee, and recommendations. Insofar as the executive summary is concerned, in terms of the oversight and budget expenditure, the department received an allocation of 639,686,000 rand for the current for the financial year under review, and this was adjusted to 1,080,495,000 rand. During the adjustment period, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury GPT made an additional allocation of 440,809,000 rands to fund the energy project. Of this amount, 1,068,787,000 rands was spent, representing 99% expenditure on the allocated budget. An amount of 11,708,000 rands will be surrendered to the Provincial Revenue Fund. The department requested a virement of 3 million rand during the reporting period to support Program 1 and 4. The virement was intended to cover the shortfall in operational expenses, including project on revenue management, multidisciplinary tax team deployed in municipalities, and payment related to work of the Commission on Traditional Leadership Disputes and Claims. The Auditor General also found that the department achieved a clean audit opinion for the year under review. In its endeavor to support the Gauteng City region, the department did not implement powers and functions and a single-tier system of local government in accordance with the approved implementation plan. The department reported that 2 municipalities, that is Mfuleni and Merafong, were supported to implement the online metering system for large power users and commercial customers. On strategic risk assessment, the department noted the following risk: inability to effectively support municipalities to be financially viable, disruption of the administrative and political operation in hung municipalities, as well as inadequate support for municipal services or delivery on water electricity infrastructure project. In terms of the portfolio committee's concern, the following are the concern. The committee is concerned that the department had to surrender 11,708,000 rand to the Provincial Revenue Fund. This significant amount of money being returned might indicate issues with budget management or unspent funds that could have been utilized for important projects. On preventative maintenance, most municipalities spend only 5% of the value of infrastructure on repairs and maintenance, below the National Treasury norms and standard of 8%. We want to encourage the MEC to really impress upon municipalities to live up to these standards. On financial state, poor financial condition led to insufficient spending on new capital projects and maintenance and delays in paying suppliers. Mfuleni municipality, despite being under provincial administration since 2018, it continues to face significant challenges affecting service delivery. Unfunded budget, municipalities with cash flow issues adopted budget that could not fully support service delivery plans. On proposed recommendations, the committee has proposed the following recommendation, which recommendations must be responded to by the 31st of January 2025 by the department. 1, the committee recommends that the department reviews its budget management processes to ensure that funds are fully utilized for the intended purpose. The surrender of 11,708,000 rand to the Provincial Revenue Fund suggests that there may be opportunities to improve financial planning and allocation to avoid unspent funds in future. Increase preventative maintenance spending. The department will ensure that municipalities aims to meet the National Treasury's norms of 8% of the value of infrastructure for repairs and maintenance to ensure the longevity and reliability of the asset. Improve financial management. The department should support municipalities with the requirement to enhance their financial health to ensure adequate spending on new capital projects and timely repair and maintenance. Additionally, they should prioritize paying suppliers within the prescribed 30 days to maintain good relationship and services to continue with those service providers. Support for Mfuleni municipalities. The department should ensure that it continues and enhanced support be provided to Mfuleni municipalities to address its ongoing challenges and improving its capability to deliver uninterrupted services to the resident. On adoption of realistic budget, the department should ensure that municipalities with cash flow shortages adopt realistic and funded budget that can fully support service delivery performance plans, ensuring that essential services are not being compromised. On acknowledgement, we'd like to acknowledge the Honorable MEC, Mr. Mamabolo, the MEC for Cocta, the head of department, Dr. Bartley, and his team. The chairperson wishes to appreciate the diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during the deliberation on the details of annual report for 2023-2024 financial year of the department. To all members of the portfolio committee, Honorable A. Musai, Honorable N. Mohobe, the Youth League himself, Honorable S.T. Msimanga, Honorable K. Rasilungwana, Honorable B. Machene, Honorable M. Masoling, Honorable N. Delebi, Honorable S. Nyati, Honorable N. D. Yacher, Honorable El Masilela, and Honorable F.R. Ngobeni for the job well done. Thank you, colleagues. The committee's gratitude is extended to the following support staff: Group Committee Coordinator, Mrs. Z. Patswa Mbalo, Senior Researcher, Dr. S. Nenweli, Committee Coordinator, Ms. J. Nyembe, Researcher, Mr. S. Nene, Media Officer, Ms. P. Bulasegobo, Information Officer, Ms. L. Ngube, Committee Administrators, Ms. N. Mtembu, Service Officers, Ms. C. Tetwa, Netwa, and Hansard Recorder, Mr. N. Mbonan. On the adoption of the report in terms of Rule 117, 2C, read together with 164, the Cocta Portfolio Committee presents the oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Cocta Annual Performance Report for 2023-2024 for the adoption, taking into consideration the committee comments and proposed recommendation made. I thank you very much, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honorable Kumalo. Can I have a seconder, please?
Chair, I second the report.
Thank you, Honorable Ngobeni. I now put a question to the House. All in favor say yes. Yes. All those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is duly adopted. Secretary, please read the 10th order. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Education for the financial year 2023-24.
Thank you so much. The debate, Honorable Dos Santos, you can start.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. The Democratic Alliance empathizes with thousands of learners in Gauteng who are deprived of supportive learning environments due to various challenges. These issues include mismanagement of funds, inadequate infrastructure, and insufficient emphasis on school safety, just to name a few. These issues impact the education and well-being of learners, highlighting the need to rescue them from the inferior education system and provide them with a promising future. The 2023-2024 annual report of the Gauteng Department of Education paints a sobering picture, a reflection of missed opportunities, mismanagement, and misplaced priorities. The Auditor General has issued an unqualified audit opinion, but it is not without concerns. Internal control issues, compliance failures, and under expenditure continue to affect this department, resulting in irregular expenditure. Chair of Chairs, the GDE failed to spend 212.9 million of its 63.3 billion budget. This money could have been used to build at least 5 schools and replace asbestos structures in our schools with safe brick and mortar buildings. Furthermore, thousands of learners in need of nutrition could have also been fed. You can only imagine the impact this funding could have had on communities like Diepsloot, Orange Farm, Katlehong, and even Shoshanguve, areas where overcrowding forces learners into unsafe and inadequate learning environments. However, the money was underspent, leaving our learners in asbestos-laden buildings. Moreover, many Gauteng schools face a shortage of classrooms, resulting in overcrowding, with some classes having as many as 60 learners. For one example, Apex Primary School has classrooms that cram up to 90 learners in at a time. Accordingly, the department's underspending not only represents a failure of governance, but also a breach of the commitment to provide a safe and quality education for all learners in Gauteng. The 2023-2024 annual report highlights more than the financial inefficiencies. Overcrowding remains rampant, and procurement delays continue to stall critical projects such as kitchens for school nutrition programs and the proliferation of mobile classrooms and toilets. Compounding these issues is a 9% vacancy rate in critical posts. Speaker, when there is no leadership, there is no progress. The ripple effect is evident in declining school performance and diminishing learner outcomes. Adding insult to injury, the department incurred an irregular expenditure of 69.7 million rand in the year under review. This mismanagement of public funds signifies a procedural failure and directly deprives our children of opportunities. The department must be held accountable for this. The Democratic Alliance refuses to accept the status quo. We envision a Gauteng where every learner has access to safe schools, qualified educators, and up-to-date resources. To achieve this, the DA government will implement the following measures: end under expenditure and ensure that every cent is used to address pressing needs like school safety, infrastructure, and teacher development. Introduce accountability in infrastructure to ensure contractors deliver quality work and are held responsible for delays and poor constructions. Schools like Nkululeko Yasizwe Primary School should not become symbols of negligence. Prioritize the safety of our learners by implementing effective school safety policies and collaborating with other departments and law enforcement. Expanding ICT programs and e-learning tools to equip learners for a 21st century economy. Promoting sports. Sports must become a priority, not an afterthought. This includes investing in proper facilities, supporting sports development programs, and ensuring schools have access to the resources necessary to promote sporting talent. Chair of Chairs, we must ask ourselves, how long will we allow the department to fail our children? This annual report is not a collection of statistics, but a call to action. It is a reminder that the future of Gauteng rests on the ability to make education the cornerstone of progress and prosperity.
Thank you, Honourable Dos Santos. Your time is
Can
up.
the minority government of Gauteng confidently assert that it's accomplishing this?
Thank you, Honourable Dos Santos.
The DA will continue to offer solutions for our province's
Thank you,
education
Honourable Dos
system.
Santos. Your time is up. Thank you. Honourable Franz Ngobeni, you are online. Please put in your video. Thank you. Honourable Franz.
Chair of Chairs,
Okay.
as the economic freedom fighters, would like to raise a very serious concern with regards to the progress or lack thereof that is being made
Please
towards...
put on your, yeah, there we go. Thank you. Go ahead. Honourable.
Yeah, it's in my time. So, as the economic freedom fighters would like to raise a very serious concern with regards to the progress or lack thereof that is being made towards the infrastructure development of ordinary public schools in the province. Out of the targeted 4 schools that were meant to be completed in the period under review, the report states that only 1 school was completed. Chair of Chairs, we cannot continue to rely on the rolling out of mobile classrooms. A report that boosts the rolling out of mobile classrooms is a report that indicates that the government of the day has no real political will in finding permanent and long-term strategies with regards to the increasing the capacity and quality of public schools. We appreciate that in the top 10 best performing districts national in terms of matric results, 4 of these are from Gauteng. However, we would like to see an augmented footprint of well-performing schools across the board and indeed across the class divide. This necessarily means that the department must strengthen its ability to provide quality services to communities and learners. The availability of resources such as textbooks, study aids, and etc. cannot be compromised as was the case in the previous financial year. While we believe the department is making great strides insofar as the development of township schools is concerned, there needs to be bigger push towards programs and curriculum that is inclined to information, communication, and technology. The report states that there has been a decline in the teaching staff available for technical subjects as worrisome development considering where the future of work and economy and development is heading. Strengthening the attention of specialized schools is, in our view, a noteworthy and applaudable position that the department has taken. We welcome the introduction of new schools of specialization in the period under review, pushing the total number of SOS to 36 in the province. However, we cannot stress enough that the education system of South Africa can never and must never be differentiated on the basis of race or access to money. The department must ensure that it levels the playing field and gives the children of township the same world-class education that children in King Edward School would get. Lastly, as the economic freedom fighters, we have noted the poor manner in which the department has handled the upsurge of children being hospitalized or even dying from food poisonings, whether in schools or out of schools. We believe, as the EFF, that the department has taken this matter very lightly. And the fact that there have been very few, if any, criminal charges opened in most of these incidents, it's a sign. It's a sign of the department's lack of interest in holding those that are at fault accountable. It is very painful that this poisoning and hospitalizations are not occurring at independent schools, but right here in the public domain again, raising the importance of giving the children of this province an equal kind of education and experience in the education system. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ngobeni. Honorable Alberts. Yeah, online, sir. Honorable Alberts, it doesn't appear that you are online. We are going to skip. We're moving on. Honorable Waters, over to you.
Go for it. Thank you, Chair. The safety of Gauteng learners is being undermined by the Department of Education. They are flouting the laws. The current Children's Act states that before any person is employed by the department, and these people have to be those working with or having access to children, must be vetted before they are employed, and this has simply not been happening. A recent presentation to the Portfolio Committee on Education exposed the fact that of the 86,000 employees of the department, only 8,782 had actually been vetted, or 10% of the employees. Amongst those vetted, 9 employees were identified as convicted sexual offenders. They included 4 primary school teachers, 4 general assistants, and 1 food handler. Chair, if you extrapolate this figure for the remaining 90% unvetted employees, it suggests that as many as 81 sexual predators are hunting on our school grounds currently. And this is an absolute disgrace and a failure of the department. The presentation further revealed that only 33,000 employees have complied with a directive to submit their details, including fingerprints, for vetting. Over 50,000 employees have simply stuffed their nose up at a directive from the MEC's office. It is an absolute disgrace that the Children's Act has been on the statute books for 14 years, and yet only 10% of teachers have been vetted. Chair, while the vetting process does need streamlining, there's no doubt about that, it does not give the department an excuse for not vetting teachers. There are currently 3 departments involved in the vetting process: Police, Justice and Social Development, and the police have now started charging the department 85 Rand for each SAPS 69I report. These reports indicate whether an individual has any convictions or are currently facing pending cases. To this end, I have written to the Minister of Basic Education, requesting her to engage with her counterparts on a national level to look into the current cumbersome and punitive vetting processes. However, I would like to ask the MEC, through you, Chair, whether or not he has raised these concerns at a MINMEC level on a national level, and if so, what progress has been made in this regard in streamlining the vetting process. The DA will continue to expose the lack of vetting of employees in the department. We will not allow sexual predators to hunt freely in our schools. Our children deserve much better. I thank you, Chair.
Hold on. Thank you, Honourable Waters. Honourable J.C. Moody.
Honourable Chair of Chairs, it is widely believed, and correctly so, that education is the key to getting out of the poverty cycle, the ghetto, and is in fact the key to success. Education is what empowers our children to succeed and thrive, as well as thrive in an ever-changing world. 30 years into our democracy and we are still facing numerous challenges in our education system. We have a shortage of qualified educators, inadequate infrastructure, and a curriculum that needs to be revised to meet the demands of the 21st century. We should not be afraid to recognize these challenges, which we have to face head-on. We need to invest in our teachers, providing them with the training and resources they require to succeed in shaping the minds of our children. We need to build modern schools that are equipped with the latest technology and facilities, with the teachers who have the necessary specialized skills to use this technology in their teaching environment to the betterment of our children. We need to review the curriculum to ensure that it is relevant and effective in preparing our children for the future. The above is the ideal scenario we need to strive to achieve. In the meantime, our children as well as our teachers are facing real threats in their physical and mental well-being, especially in the previously disadvantaged communities. Gangsterism and drug dealing is rampant on the school grounds and even in the classrooms. Our teachers can no longer maintain discipline under threat of being assaulted and even killed. Real discipline begins at home. Our teachers and learners need to operate in a safe and secure environment. Let's ensure that our children have a chance at a better future by giving to them the best education. The poor maintenance of school infrastructure is an area of grave concern. Adequate ablution facilities are lacking and in many cases poorly maintained and dirty. How does our learners, especially the female learners, operate in such an adverse environment? The lack of adequate facilities such as libraries, science and computer labs, especially in township schools, is a shame as it continues to contribute to the ever-widening inequality in society. Sadly, we still have asbestos classrooms in a number of schools, further endangering the health of both learners and educators. In conclusion, I urge this government to embark upon a focused program to address and get the basics right, bring back school inspectors and curtail the undue influence that SATU has over the Department of Education. I have heard many a committed educator and school manager express that SATU is actually in charge of the department. We cannot allow a pseudo-government to operate in the space of a legitimate one. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Moody. Honourable Engelbrecht.
Chair of Chairs, the Democratic Alliance stands in support of Gauteng leaders who continue to be taught in schools that are built predominantly or entirely of asbestos, a hazardous material banned globally for its devastating health effects. A recent departmental report reveals that 9 years after the department's commitment to eradicate asbestos schools, 29 schools are still built entirely or predominantly from asbestos. This has placed 25,000 learners and nearly 700 teachers at risk of respiratory diseases like mesothelioma and asbestosis. Alarmingly, additional reports indicate that over 240 schools contain partial asbestos structures, affecting even more lives. The slow asbestos replacement progress of only 4 schools completed, while 2 are under construction, underscores the department's lack of accountability and poor contractor oversight.
Your time is up. Thank you so much.
No.
Honourable Chairperson of Education, Mhlongo.
Excuse me, point of order. Chair of Chairs, my time wasn't up. I've checked it on my phone. I still had 30 seconds left.
Hold on. Members, hold on. According to the order paper, Honourable Engelbrecht, it says 1 minute.
I had 1 minute. I still had 30 seconds left.
No. I did check, ma'am. You know I would not. I'm a very just man. You know that. It was up. Thank you, ma'am. Honourable Mhlongo, Chairperson of Education, over to you.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Madam Speaker in absentia, the Honourable Premier in absentia, Honourable MECs, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honourable Members of the Provincial Legislature and the people of Gauteng. Chair of Chairs, the strength of a political organisation lies in its commitment to the public good. Its unwavering pursuit of the noble freedoms for the erstwhile disenfranchised, in our case, and its ability to inspire trust and confidence amongst the people it serves. To this end, our chosen route as a leading party in government has been maintaining an unchanging policy direction to provide stability and predictability, which are crucial for long-term planning and trust. This, however, also requires careful consideration to ensure that the policies remain relevant and effective in a changing environment. Honourable members, as the only constant, change is inevitable, but consistency is valuable. With this background, today I stand before you to reaffirm the unwavering commitment of the ANC-led government in Gauteng to continue transforming the education sector into a cornerstone of development and opportunity. Guided by the resolutions of the ANC's 55th National Conference and our manifesto commitments, we remain resolute in ensuring that the education serves as a catalyst for a better and more equitable life for all. Chair of Chairs, as we debate the performance of the Department of Education in Gauteng in the period 2023-24, it is important to keep in mind the need to balance stability with adaptability in the education environment. We need to create an imagined future in a stable framework policy environment that the ANC can provide to allow for adjustments and innovations to address the current and future needs. Honourable members, over the past year, the Gauteng Department of Education has demonstrated resilience and commitment in delivering quality education to our province. Despite financial and systemic challenges, the ANC-led department achieved an impressive 92.45% of its performance targets for the 23-24 financial year, with 94% of its performance indicators met, an improvement from the previous year's 86%. This success is further underscored by a clean audit opinion for both financial and non-financial performance, a reflection of the ANC-led government dedication to the good values of effective governance, transparency, efficiency, and accountability. Chair of Chairs, good governance is about the processes for making and implementing decisions. It's not about making correct decisions, but about the best possible process for making those decisions. The department's achievements include the employment of more people with disabilities, consistent provision of learning and teaching support materials, expanded multimedia resources, increased placement of the Funza Lushaka bursary holders, and significant gains in the National Senior Certificate results. These accomplishments demonstrate the ANC's steadfast commitment to improving the lives of our people through education. Honourable members, challenges are part of the work that we do, and they persist. Budget constraints, governance issues at school, infrastructure backlogs, and disruptions caused by service delivery protests continue to impede progress. For example, the departmental budget in 2022-23 was 59.7 billion, which was increased slightly to 63.4 billion in the financial year 23-24, with the department's expenses increasing at a percentage rate above the budget percentage increase. The department, in collaboration with the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, conducted a comprehensive risk assessment to identify and mitigate critical threats to the strategic objectives in the light of the identified risks, and these have been highlighted for attention. Chair of Chairs, the transition of ECD from the Department of Social Development to Basic Education has been a landmark achievement, with over 1.4 public schools now offering grade R and 4.250 practitioners upskilled to NQF level 4 and to 6. We are ensuring that children receive a strong foundation for lifelong learning. Our progress as a nation can be no swifter than our progress in education. The human mind is our fundamental resource, as one wise man once observed. The ECD massification campaign has further strengthened this sector by addressing unregistered programs and increasing enrollment to over 132,000 learners. Chair of Chairs, we remain committed to addressing overcrowding, improving infrastructure, and ensuring equitable access to the quality of education. Through the rollout of mobile classes and the refurbishment of existing facilities, we are creating safe and conducive learning environments for all. The incremental introduction of African languages program continues to promote indigenous languages, ensuring that every learner is rooted in their heritage whilst embracing multilingualism. Honorable members, allow me to draw inspiration from Fidel Castro's revolutionary approach to combating illiteracy. Castro viewed education as a transformative tool, essential for defending the revolution, reversing the legacy of colonialism, and ensuring human development. His 1961 Cuban literacy campaign eradicated illiteracy for millions, symbolizing the power of collective progress. Castro has taught us that literacy is not just a skill, but a means of restoring dignity, enabling active participation in society, and safeguarding sovereignty against foreign interference. After all, the philosophy of the schoolroom in one generation will be the philosophy of a government in the next, according to Abraham Lincoln. Similarly, the ANC's efforts are informed by this ethos. By expanding literacy, promoting indigenous languages, and ensuring quality education, we are creating an empowered and independent society ready to confront challenges and build a better future. Unlike some opposition parties in the House who fail to condemn the dehumanizing legacy of apartheid and colonialism, we remain steadfast in our pursuit of an independent, democratic, developmental path free from the evils of imperialism. These opposition parties, by rejecting progressive policies such as the Bella Bill, expose their intent to entrench foreign interference and undermine our national sovereignty by sustaining the legacy of colonialism. Chair of Chairs, at this point, I wish to express our utmost disdain for the Democratic Alliance's continued disrespect towards the people of South Africa and our democratic processes. The Bella Bill underwent a thorough democratic process, including public hearings conducted by the National Council of Provinces Committee on Basic Education, yet the DA has chosen to perpetuate misinformation and disinformation about this critical piece of legislation, and even campaign for its rejection because of one or two areas of contestation. In one of their statements, the DA described the Bella Bill as regressive and flawed, falsely claiming that parents in Gauteng have overwhelmingly rejected it. This claim is a fabricated narrative aimed at delaying the much-needed administrative transformation in the basic education sector. Honorable members, as we reflect on 3 decades of democracy, we remain guided by the ANC's vision of a united, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous society. Our Constitution, alongside the National Development Plan, compels us to heal the divisions of the past and create a future where every citizen thrives. Education remains central to this vision, serving as a tool to eliminate poverty, reduce inequality, and empower every individual to reach their full potential. Honorable members, we should always remember that the principal goal of education is to create members of society who are capable of doing new things, not simply of repeating what other past generations have done, which in our case was condemned and as unjust and wrong. To address the unemployment and artisan skills gaps, the department have prioritized vocational training through technical schools, apprenticeships, and industry partnerships. The schools of specialization align with Gauteng's economic priorities, focusing on areas such as energy, logistics, innovation, in collaboration with partners like Toyota and the CSIR. Chair of Chairs, the partnerships with TVET colleges have facilitated work-integrated learning opportunity for thousands of youth. Bursary programs have enabled 4,800 students to pursue higher education, whilst apprenticeship programs have provided pathways into skilled employment. The special schools sector now serves over 59,000 learners, providing access to assistive technologies, expanded full-service schools, and tailored programs for learners with disabilities. Honorable members, the best government is the one that teaches people to govern themselves. Good governance is the art of putting wise thought into prudent action in a way that advances the well-being of those governed. The ANC's pro-poor policies continue to benefit over 1.5 learners in no-fee paying schools, while the National School Nutrition Program provides meals to more than 1.7 learners daily. School safety remains a priority, with over 5,300 patrollers deployed across the province. Through partnerships with the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture, Recreation, and other stakeholders, the ANC-led government is fostering social cohesion and promoting extracurricular activities such as athletics, choral competitions, and debates. Honorable members, on the COVID-19-induced digital transformation, we applaud the department's continuous integration of digital resources into classroom. Over 4,600 e-classrooms have been established, and digital platforms now support examination preparation and ongoing learning. This shift is bridging the urban-rural divide and positioning our learners for the fourth industrial revolution, in a way creating our own future. Chair of Chairs, let me also note that there is a whole lot of other program activities that the department implements towards the betterment of our education and its outcomes. The efforts enhanced teacher training have included the re-establishment of teacher colleges, bursary programs for educators.
Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Mklongo, your time is up. Honourable MEC Chulwane, you may reply to the debate, sir.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. I'm just going to use this to greet. I greet you, Chair of Chairs. I greet members of the legislature. I greet members of the executive. I greet the people of Gauteng. I greet the department and our friends next door. Now, I'll just try to clarify one by one the lies. They call it blue lie now. The lies. You know, I get worried when members of the legislature come here and just want to lie, you know, and raise issues where there are no issues. I mean, for instance, we have spent 99.7% of our budget. 99.7%. The money that he's talking about is not money that was not utilized. It's money because of, for COEs, compensation of employees, and it was largely because of late appointments. He knows this thing, but he brings it here, as no, they are not doing their work. You know that very well, Honourable DeSanso. So I'm getting worried, and you say this is money should go to school safety, to infrastructure, yet you know this money is committed, it's ring-fenced, and it's for employees. So all their money, in fact, we have spent 100% of the money that was given to us. And yes, we have received a clean audit for the second consecutive years. Considering the system that we are leading, we've got more than 100,000 employees that are on our system. We've got more than 2.5 million learners that we take care of. We've got more than 2,800 schools. And for that to get the finances right, and by the way, we're the only province who've done it, who've got a clean audit. They can go and check. That's why they'll say today, clean audit is not important. You should not be accountable for your finances. Yes, you should be accountable for your finances. And yes, it's important to demonstrate that you have spent your money where you are supposed to spend it, and you have gotten an outcome that you intended to achieve. And that's what the AG looks for, and we have demonstrated that. So don't come here with lies. These issues that you are raising of infrastructure, I would agree, we have a challenge of infrastructure. And firstly, it's because our infrastructure is aged. Some of our schools are quite old, number one, and the maintenance thereof has been quite a challenge. And two, yes, we have not been building enough schools. And the graphs, we can show you many statistics to demonstrate that because of not enough schools being built, based on a number of challenges, but key to that challenge that we must not ignore is the growth in Gauteng population. In this year alone, we have received a net increase of more than 50,000 learners. That's how much the Gauteng system has grown. That automatically, if you translate to 1,000 learners per school, we needed 50 new schools just to accommodate the increase that we've received this year. So this is a runaway target for the department, but we are building, and I have to tell you that at least by the end of 2025, we are expecting 11 brand new schools that will be in our townships, currently in the system, and we're currently building them. And in fact, the target is more, but I'm comfortable on the 11 that I'm mentioning it. They don't speak about the education of the future, the skills of the future that were already advanced. Being the only province that has
Firstly, schools of specialization. Secondly, the only province that is offering what we call multi-skills, multi-skills program. Yes, I know it is my job, don't worry. That program, what it says, what we are saying in that program, we are giving children additional certificate over and above the curriculum offering that we are giving in school. Meaning, in grade 1, a child will get an added skill beyond what we are teaching them in grade 1 based on CAPS. So, meaning in grade 1, for instance, we're offering codings and robotics. Actually, we've even dropped them. We're in ECD now, coding and robotics. We're offering it at that level. In fact, to prove that there's been a net effect and improvement, today, the minister who chooses where to go and not to go, not to attend the Bella, herself, I'm sure it was very painful to say it, that Gauteng, within the teams, which is an assessment of maths and science, that in grade 9, Gauteng has shown a significant improvement in that particular scoring out of all about 59 countries that were assessed. So meaning we're actually doing something, and there is an improvement in maths and science. A painful bitter pill to swallow by some, because they want to say we are not doing anything to improve the education of our learners and our population in Gauteng. In terms of vetting, we vetted 14,600. It's not 8,700. It's 14,600 at our own cost of 1.6 million. It's currently not funded, but we look within the coffers that we don't have. As you know, we don't have money, but we make sure that those who are directly working with children, we vet them. And it's a continuous process. And there's a commitment that we are not going to stop this, irrespective of it being an unfunded mandate by the department. So I'm happy that you wrote to the minister because of, I'm sure you met at what you call BGMs or something, and you said you have written. But it doesn't matter. We'll appreciate the intervention either way. Yeah, they met at Zile's house. You are right. So we are vetting, and we continue to vet, irrespective of it being unfunded. So that demonstrates a commitment that we need to ascertain everybody who interacts upskilling our teacher. We're working through our, what we call ETD upskilling our teacher. We're working through our, what we call ETDP SETA to upskill our educators every year. And also we're utilizing an entity called Matthew Goniwe School of Leadership and Governance to upskill our educators. So that means that the intervention and the issues that you are raising, you know very well that there is an active program that's being done. School safety, we have added security into our schools beyond, and also an unfunded mandate that we don't have a budget, because we realize that beyond the intervention of that with patrollers, which is over 5,000 of them, the wardens, etc., we need to beef up security more. And it has been quite successful, because during the engagement across, schools have come forward and said, this program has made us feel safer. Learners have reported that we feel safer since we have intervened with securities. Educators, teaching and learning has improved. Actually, there's a school where before they wrote matric exams in the previous academic year, they were sitting at about 58%. By the time they were done with the intervention of security, because teaching and learning was beginning to take place, they went up to almost 80%. To show that now this is an effect, this program is effective and it's actually bearing results. They said I've got an extra minute, a chair of chairs. So lastly, ICT. I don't know why you're speaking about it, because you know that we're expanding. I don't know if I responded to you that we've built almost 5,000 additional classrooms of ICT. So you just have an answer. If you don't have anything to contribute, do an honorable thing and say, I've got nothing to say. The Department of Education in Gauteng is performing very well. Yeah. Actually, to demonstrate it's performing very well, everybody is bringing their children here. If we're not, nobody will bring their children to Gauteng, because they know that kids are not receiving the type of quality education that they
time
expect
is
for
up.
their children. And we don't, there is no schools that
Time is
belong
up.
Your time
to the
is
old
up.
regime. The schools belong to the public.
Thank you.
Budget was not spent. In terms of the Auditor General's report, the department received a clean audit opinion. The department recorded an irregular expenditure of 69 million because of payments of goods and services for which procurement processes were not followed. During the year under review, the department faced several challenges such as increased learner migration, which put a strain on the optimal utilization of the allocated budget. However, the key to the challenges is the continued increase in the irregular expenditure on the side of the department's implementing agent as it relates to infrastructure. The department achieved 50 out of 53 performance indicators, which shows an achievement of 94%. The department has made significant achievements in the 2023 academic year, which included the provision of scholar transport and the National School Nutrition Program. In addition, the department has continued to provide support to public primary schools in the form of the provision of training to educators, provision of coaches to schools, provision of workbooks and other learner-teacher support materials, amongst others. The department continued with its plans to implement the ECD program and has trained several ECD practitioners to ensure that the professional development of practitioners with the aim of improving the development of children and the quality of ECD education. Qualified grade R practitioners in the public ordinary schools were absorbed into post-level 1 posts. For the 2023-24 financial year, the department has cooperated with the national and provincial priorities in terms of the number of grade R learners exceeded an 80% metric pass rate and the number of grade 12 learners with entrance to universities. Nevertheless, the school infrastructure and school support in some of the public ordinary schools remains a challenge and should be addressed. In terms of literacy and mathematics in foundation phase and senior phase, more needs to be done to improve learners' academic performance. The department reported that it strived to improve access to quality basic education in the province in order to enhance the outcomes of public ordinary schools by implementing the following. The General Education and Training Strategy focusing on grades 1 to 9 was reviewed by the Gauteng Department of Education to strengthen its implementation. The implementation of incremental introduction to African languages strategy was continued in this financial year and in the participating schools to strengthen the use of African languages by all learners in the school system. The reading plan, a component of the language and mathematics strategy, was continued aiming to achieve the ideal that every 10-year-old learner in the province can read for meaning through the shared reading, group-guided reading and paired reading in the foundation phase. The InterCEN Provincial Reading Improvement Plan was implemented. The implementation of the oral reading fluency was offered to all foundation phase officials in the province through training sessions covering its administration. The implementation of mathematics strategy for grade 8 and 9 has enabled the department to hold the grade 9 MST learner camps with more than 200 learners supported through with critical mathematics content, which was the basis for the FET phase. The SIP strategy was implemented to improve learner performance in grade 12. Material for tutors, teachers, and learners were subjected to quality assurance procedures. The SIP Saturday tuition sessions, residential walk-in revision camps were implemented. The process the committee followed in considering the Gauteng Department of Education's annual report was as followed. The Honourable Speaker at the time, Honourable Mehwe, formally referred the annual report of the Gauteng Department of Education to the Committee for Consideration, Deliberation and Reporting. On Tuesday, the 22nd of October 2024, the committee researcher, Mr. Makura, presented the analysis of the Gauteng Department of Education annual report. The committee deliberated and adopted its oversight report and the annual report. The committee concerns are as follows. The committee noted that the department's efforts to ensure development of the general education and training strategy in grade 1 to 9 improve outcomes in the foundation phase. However, during its oversight visits to schools of specialization, the committee noted reports that schools of specialization struggled to identify high-performing learners in primary and had to lower their admissions criteria. The committee proposes that the department should intensify its strategic performance of learners in primary school and should provide a progress report by March 2024. The Portfolio Committee wishes to thank the MEC of Education, Honorable Matume Chulane, and his senior officials, the HOD, Mr. Mutlana, and other senior officials for the presentation of the annual report and the substantial sustained efforts they have made to inform the Portfolio Committee of the details of the report. We would like to thank the following members for their consistency and their dedication during this process. Honorable Makubela, Honorable Sesedinyane, Honorable Dos Santos, Honorable Waters, Honorable Engelbert, Honorable Ngobeni, Honorable Mkwanazi, Honorable Moody, and Honorable Ali for their continued support during this process. The Portfolio Committee would also like to thank the Group Committee Coordinator, Ms. Mpanzo Ambalo, Senior Committee Coordinator, Ms. Shalin Gaya, Committee Coordinator, Mr. Mashilwane, Committee Administrator, Mr. Kekane, Senior Researcher, Ms. Nenweli, Committee Researcher, Mr. Makura, our Hansan Recorder, Ms. Singh, the Service Officer, Ms. Nhlapo, Public Participation Officer, Lintu Mutubi, and our intern, Sipokolo Mtwazo, our Media Officer, Mr. Ndo, our Information Officer, Mr. Litswalo, for the commitment they've shown during the annual report process. In accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rules 164, the Portfolio Committee on Education hereby presents its oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Education annual report for the 2023-24 financial year to the House for adoption, taking into consideration the concerns and the proposed recommendations made in the report. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honorable Mklongo. Can I have a seconder, please? Honorable Sidnyane.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, and I rise to second. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. I now put the question to the House. All those in favor say yes?
Yes.
All those not in favor say no? The yes have it. Thank you so much. Secretary, can you please read for us the 12th order? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, including its entities for the 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Chabalala, you can start the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. The annual report paints a deeply troubling picture of wasteful expenditure, missed targets, and zero impact within the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation. The numbers are shocking and demand our immediate action. In the past financial year, this department has spent over 100 million on catering, stage and sound equipment, gala events, transporting of people to events, music festival, Mohodu Mondays, and Monati December. Shockingly, catering and transporting of people to events are part of the 10 top cost drivers in the department. These expenditures become even more alarming when we consider the complete lack of meaningful outcomes. The state of our public facilities are even more depressed, distressing picture of neglect and mismanagement. 3 libraries, Kagiso, Joe Slovo, Raidflay, have already been completely closed to the public. For those libraries still struggling to remain operational, the conditions are terrible. The broken roof panels allow rain to enter, which damages books. Sagging ceilings threaten safety of visitors. The absence of adequate fencing makes these vital community resources susceptible to risk. Broken light switches, persistent power problems create a hazardous environment. In particular, the Johannesburg City Library, which is a significant heritage site, I know the MEC will argue that this falls under the city of Johannesburg, has remained closed since 2020, despite the refurbishment project costing over 21 million. The library building is in complete disrepair with a non-compliant fire safety system, a leaking roof, and poor flooring and ventilation. Structural damage is so extensive that the library cannot safely serve the public. By allowing these critical public libraries to remain non-functional, we are effectively denying our residents a crucial resource for education, skills and development, and economic empowerment. Since 2019, the department has failed to deliver a single combi court, leaving our communities without sporting infrastructure they desperately need. This is not a minor oversight. It is a fundamental failure of public service. Let me contrast this with an effective governance, what an effective governance looks like. In the Western Cape, the Democratic Alliance has implemented a transformative mass participation, opportunity and access, development and growth program that shows community. Currently, 174 MODs centers are providing real value to our people. Since 2010, this program has dramatically expanded, creating employment and skills development opportunities for over 500 community members. These MOD centers are not buildings, but living, breathing community resources that provide recreational and sport skills development, life skills training, and healthy lifestyle initiatives to over 12,000 learners from disadvantaged communities. Meanwhile, in Gauteng, the situation seems to be dire when we examine the department's investment in heritage monuments. Over 300 million has been spent on 3 monuments that remain entirely non-functional. These are not living, breathing cultural spaces that enrich our community, but expensive and lifeless structures that stand as a testament to bureaucratic incompetence. Gauteng monuments, including Buipatong Monument, the Kagiso Memorial, and the Women's Living Heritage Monuments, are experiencing significant issues as admitted by Matume Chilwani. These problems include incomplete construction, unresolved maintenance concerns, and the absence of occupancy certificates, which render substantial.
Thank you, Honourable Chabalala. Your time is up. Honourable Siteka.
Okay.
Honourable Siteka, you're online, please.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the House, Chair of Chairs, and greetings to the economic freedom fighters.
Can you put on your, Honourable Siteka, can you put on the video, please?
It's on, Chair.
Okay, go on. She'll come on out. Go on, Honourable Siteka. There she is. Go ahead.
Oh, can you see me?
I can
Thank
see
you, Chair. Upon response to the debate by members of the House regarding the 2023 to 2024 budget vote, MEC Chilwani, in one of his replies, called on members expressing concerns over the school sports in the province to visit schools and see for themselves. In response to this, the economic freedom fighters submitted a question to the MEC in September, requesting a list of all 800 schools participating in the school league, in the Wednesday league. Months later, we have not yet received a reply. Chair of Chairs, although the department reports paint a glowing picture of school sports, the reality is school sports is quite difficult. Many schools are opting out of sports, using time reversed to athlete activities for extra lessons instead of them being in sports. Shortage of teachers willing to partake in school sports. During the financial year, the department once again underspent on the filling of vacant posts, with only 144 appointments made out of 258 advertised vacancies. This has left the department with a 22% vacancy rate, negatively impacting in its performance and output. It is also quite alarming that the department in the defendant in disputes amounting to over 13 million rand. The general state of libraries in the province is also a concern. The National Reading Survey of 2023 found that 63% of households do not possess a single fiction or non-fiction book. As such, libraries are vital institutions. Libraries like the Johannesburg City Library are non-operational, despite the City of Johannesburg receiving conditional grants, total over 11 million rand. Spending 21 million rand to refurbish the libraries. Libraries like Drizik in Orange Farm are facing issues where a contractor has threatened to undo their work due to non-payment for maintenance done. on the library. Kagiso Library also not fully functional. Speaker, the Women's Living Heritage Memorial is one more delayed after the MEC in the, indicated that it would be operational by October. At this rate, it seems as if the department will never operationalize these monuments. The Kagiso Memorial and the Bipatong Memorial, all of which are costing millions in their upkeeping while they remain partly operational. In closing, Chair of Chairs, although we recognize the slight improvement in achieving set targets, we are still concerned that the department continues to experience significant challenges, particularly around infrastructure projects and streamlining school sports. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable Siteka. Honourable F. Ngubeni.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair of Chair. Seeing that it's the last time I speak today and last time I speak in this year, let me take this opportunity to wish you and all members of the legislature a safe and joyful festive season. And we hope to see you safe and sound in the new year. Look, Chair, I mean, this report, to be honest, it sheds light on both the achievements, but it also highlights some of the challenges. So it's important that we must be able to balance that and not be unfair on the department in regards to how they have performed. For example, they have achieved 84% of service delivery targets, which is showing some progress from the previous year. However, as I said, there's persistent underspending of allocated budgets across various programs, which in itself it poses a significant concern. There's also irregular expenditures, lack of competitive bidding in procurement processes, unresolved lawsuits and labor dispute. So those are challenges that the department needs to look at. As Action SA, we are of the view that efficient budget utilization, transparency and accountability is required in the Department of Sports, Recreation and Culture. We advocate for responsible governance that include adherence to financial regulations, timely execution of projects, and prudent management of resources to ensure that the well-being of communities is taken care of. As I said, while strides have been made in some areas, such as promoting of arts and culture, there remain a need to address the infrastructure delays. The previous speaker spoke about it. Enhancement of employment opportunities and streamlining of procurement processes, which are some of the things that the department really needs to improve on. We want the department to prioritize transformation in sports and culture, particularly to empower individuals and to foster talent development and create a vibrant and inclusive society. We recognize the importance of social cohesion, job creation and skills development in building prosperous and culturally rich province. Chair, in conclusion, as Action SA, we call for proactive measures to address all these challenges that we have identified in this report, focusing on effective budget utilization, compliance with regulation, and resolution of outstanding issues. We are committed to working together with the department to ensure that there's transparent accountability in the department so that we can be able to see how that prospers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Ngubeni. You are such a gentleman, I would have given you more time. Thank you so much. Honourable L.J. De Jager.
Good afternoon, Chair of Chairs and Honourable Members. The Department's second quarterly report for 2024-2025 reveals a landscape of unfulfilled promises and administrative challenges. Despite planning to support 3 monuments, the Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation has fallen short, managing only partial engagement with the Women's Living Heritage Monument and the Kagiso Memorial. Most alarming is the Women's Living Heritage Monument. Despite assurances to the National Council of Provinces and the SACR Portfolio Committee members in September and October 2024, this monument remains closed for no apparent reason, other than claims of engineering certificates not being completed and compliance issues. This is concerning, since the building was completed in 2019 for 280 million, with annual funding of 5.6 million allocated to it. The closure has resulted in job losses and wasted significant potential in domestic and international tourism markets. The Boy Patong Memorial's alleged non-compliance with financial accountability is not new. The department claims it cannot transfer funds due to an outstanding expenditure report. Furthermore, it has strategically reclassified allocated funds to goods and services to maintain operational continuity. However, this manoeuvre raises critical questions about transparent financial management. Honourable members, let me take a moment to analyse the performance of the Gauteng Film Commission for the 2024-2025 financial year, highlighting both its potential and its challenges. With 16 targets set, only 8, precisely 50%, were met. This performance raises critical questions about the organisation's operational effectiveness. In film permits facilitation, the Commission targeted 140 permits but achieved 133. They attribute this underperformance to fewer film productions and late applications. While understandable, this explanation demands deeper scrutiny. Are we effectively attracting and supporting film productions? On a positive note, however, the Commission's intergovernmental work shows promise. Collaborating with the City of Johannesburg and Makgali City, they facilitated film productions valued at 126 million. This demonstrates the sector's substantial economic potential. Most intriguingly, the Commission overachieved in script development, supporting 10 projects against a 4-project target. They cite industry partnerships as the catalyst. However, transparency is crucial. We require detailed information about these partnerships. Who are the beneficiaries? What are their names? What specific support did they receive? The Gauteng Film Commission stands at a crossroads. It possesses immense potential to generate employment and showcase South African storytelling. Yet the failure to meet targets and transparency could be its undoing. A DA Gauteng provincial government would tackle the failure to meet targets that are crippling the sports, arts, culture and heritage sectors. We would ensure clarity, accountability and a strategic vision that transforms potential into tangible success in this department. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable De Jager. Over to you, Honourable Tlebere, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs, Honourable Premier in absentia, Honourable MECs present, Honourable members of the Provincial Legislature and the people of Gauteng, Dumelang. Honourable Chair of Chairs, almost 28 years ago, on 10 December 1996, our iconic leader and statesman, Utata Nelson Mandela, signed the South African Constitution into law in my hometown of Sharpeville, the cradle of women's rights. It is a constitution which has been lauded as one of the most progressive in the world. It is a constitution which protects women's rights and promotes equality of all people, regardless of race, color, or religious belief. It is a constitution which fosters to the creation of a new overarching national identity through a common citizenship and equal rights. The promotion of the country's national symbols, including the constitution and its values, help forge one national identity, which is also linked to promoting the values of democracy, non-sexism, non-racism, inherent women dignity and equality. Over the past 30 years of freedom, we have been pursuing the ideal of nation building, which at its heart includes the eradication of discrimination, segregation, and marginalization on the basis of disability, gender, ethnicity, and sexual orientation. Honourable members, unity in diversity has been our rallying call towards social cohesion. This is what Tata Madiba dreamed of. Honourable Chair, we give this background to explain the stubborn structural boundaries that continue to undermine our best efforts of achieving social cohesion and achieving our full potential in sporting, arts, and cultural activities. Honorable Chair, it is truly an honor to stand before you today and contribute to these important debates on the annual report of the Gauteng Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation. This moment allows us to reflect on a remarkable year of achievement, growth and unwavering dedication towards advancing the ANC-led department's vision for a prosperous and inclusive Gauteng province. Honorable members, in relation to gender equity within its administration, the department maintained 52% representation of women at the senior management level. This is a testament to the department's dedication to creating an equitable and inclusive workplace. I am very happy about this gender representation and hope to see more women, especially young women, in position of leadership and responsibility across our province. Honorable Chair, the province of Gauteng has made its abundantly clear that it will place attention and focus on developing township, informal settlement and hostels. In that light, it is encouraging to see that a significant 44% of goods and services were procured from township businesses, empowering local entrepreneurs and stimulating economic growth in historically marginalized areas. This achievement underscores the ANC's commitment to gender equality and support for small and township-based businesses, which are essential for unlocking our economic potential. Honorable members, it has long been noted that sport can play a crucial role in nation building and promoting positive change. Sport has the power to inspire and allow for dreams to become reality. Through sport, village and township boys and girls can escape the clasp of poverty and grace the biggest sporting arenas around the globe. Sport continues to evolve, reflecting societal changes and technological advancement in our province. The evolution of sports in South Africa is deeply intertwined with the country's complex social and political history. Sport has played a crucial role in promoting social cohesion and unity in Gauteng. Various community-based sport programs have been implemented to encourage participation at all levels, fostering talent and providing opportunity for young athletes. Team SA's performance at the World Under-20 Championship is a recent fresh reference point where Gauteng youngsters displayed world-class performance, winning gold medals after training and preparing in the last year. With this kind of performances, Gauteng continues to prove to be a powerhouse in South African sports, nurturing talent and contributing to the country's rich sporting heritage. Honorable Chair, I wish to remind honorable members of this House that Gauteng has hosted several major sporting events in the last 8 years, starting with the 1995 Rugby World Cup, the 1996 Africa Cup of Nations, the 2003 ICC Cricket World Cup, and the 2010 FIFA World Cup. These have gone a long way towards forging unity in the nation, with Gauteng playing the lead role in all of this. The main goal of sport and recreation in our province remains the promotion of wellness through sports, talent identification, and high-performance development to establish Gauteng as the home of champions. Honorable members, during the reporting period, the department has made a concerted effort to identify, nurture, and showcase sporting talent through initiatives like the Academy Program and the OR Tambo Songini Social Cohesion Games, giving athletes opportunities to compete on national and international stages. Other major sporting events such as the City to City Ultra Marathon and the annual Mandela Remembrance Walk and Run have not only positioned Gauteng as the global sporting hub, but also creating opportunities for job creation and economic growth in the province. We must remember, Madam Chair of Chairs, that while sport provides an opportunity to be healthy, the business of sport is also quite lucrative and can add a lot more value to the Gauteng economy. While we appreciate the difficult work facing those who manage our purse strings under the tough austerity measures we are living through, we would have hoped that the budget for the department was not reduced. The budget cuts certainly hamper the department's ability to support emerging talent and the various sporting codes that are prevalent in our province. The business of sport requires that we invest heavily in the development phase. ensure proper talents identification and provide adequate support for the talent to thrive. Those investments have a potential to put Gauteng's name on the map while earning us millions of dollars. A good example of that strategic chair is our BRICS partner, Brazil, which makes millions of dollars annually from exporting footballers. According to the CIES Football Observatory, a research group within the Swiss-based International Center for Sports Studies, Brazil had more than 1,002 professional footballers playing outside the country in 2023, and in that country around $315 million annually. That is almost 6 billion rand, and from just one sporting coach. Honorable Chair, the reason that we need to invest more, not less, into sports in Gauteng is that our province is abundantly blessed with sporting talent. As we speak, we hear that Spanish football giants Barcelona may have an interest in our reigning Gauteng Sport Awards Sport Personality of the Year, and Sharkville-born Orlando Pirates protege Relebohile Mofokeng. I know for certain that there are 1,000 other Relebohile Mofokeng in our province, all looking and begging for a chance to showcase their talent. Imagine if we could, like Brazil, export these youngsters to the stages of the world. As they say, our country is alive with possibilities. Let us find ways of identifying and supporting these youngsters. They are superstars of tomorrow. Honorable Chair, the GDSACR has without a doubt demonstrated its commitment to promoting good governance, fostering the growth of the cultural and creative industries, enhancing library and archival services, and advancing sport and recreation across our province. With an impressive 84% of annual target achieved, the department has once again proven its effectiveness in delivering meaningful and impactful service to the people of Gauteng. This achievement speaks volumes about the professionalism, determination, stewardship of the department, and diligence, particularly in the face of numerous challenges. Honorable Chair, our cultural landscape is a diverse and dynamic as our sports scene. The Apartheid Museum and Constitution Hill in Johannesburg offer deep insight into Africa's history and the struggle for freedom. We also continue to see the meteoric rise of Amapiano, a vibrant and popular music genre that originated in Gauteng during this period, showing our music has come full circle from the bubblegum to kwaito of the 80s and 90s. We pray for sustained success of this trend. As the piano song goes, we say, Kumelela mngani wami, izwa imithando yabantwana bakho, ehlisa moya wakho wenkomelelo, Nkosi sikelela. Honorable members, the department achieved notable success in providing essential services, with 192.7 million transferred to municipalities for the maintenance and operationalization of community libraries. The department has empowered communities by facilitating access to knowledge and resources. The opening of the Rustival Community Library and the hosting of the Library Youth Summit are just two examples of how the department is ensuring that libraries serve as beacon of learning and opportunity across the province. The installation of podcast studios is a progressive initiative that offers emerging authors and creators new ways to engage with their audiences.
Your time is up.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs.
You certainly have hidden talents. Well done. Well done. Honorable MEC Cholwane, you can reply to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Let me just get the protocols out of the way. The Premier in absentia may get well soon. Members of the Executive, Provincial Executive, members of the Provincial Legislature, esteemed guests, leadership of the institution, Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation. It's in the afternoon. Good afternoon, and the people of Gauteng. I want to firstly to acknowledge the
the great input that has been done by the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Kleber, who has clearly outlined facts. I don't want just complaints, but facts and progress and potential. She has clearly outlined the opportunities that lie in our province. She has spoken very well, and I truly, truly appreciate your input, Chair. Just to clarify and answer more, the Women's Living Heritage Monument should be ready by the beginning of April in 2025. By then, definitely I will be doing what I love to do the most. I would have cut the ribbon. So we're moving quickly. With regard to the Compi courts, the process is in final stage. We should be having them before the end of the financial year, as committed, also affirmed by the Department of Infrastructure Development in our province. All these infrastructure development issues that we have raised, the Department of Infrastructure Development is busy with them and finalizing. We have had meetings, we have had engagement, and we have agreed. I think the Honorable Mamabolo has been very strong to say we really need to conclude these historical infrastructure projects. We can't be speaking about these type of infrastructure projects in 2024, in fact in 2025. So these are projects that we will be concluding, and of course, honourable members will be invited on that special occasion so that you can also then mark it, because you've been singing about this, and I'm sure you haven't stopped to research other issues because you feel like you've got a silver bullet here with this one or two infrastructure projects. So we are closing the chapter for you so that we can enable you to go down and research more issues that need to be raised and challenges that will be faced by our communities in relation to the sports. School sports is a priority. It's a priority. Fortunately, the two ministers have also signed an MOU, and in Gauteng, I managed to get the MEC of Education to sign with the MEC of Sports so that MOU to finalize how to work. So what I can speak is only the success of this program. Yes, COVID delayed, but where we are now, we're on upward trajectory to getting all our schools involved. In fact, there's a greater enthusiasm from our schools to participate in the Wednesday Schools League because of the success and opportunities that come from this particular program. I've highlighted before in this House that national team players in the sporting codes that are currently active in the School Wednesday program, more than half of them, in most cases, come from our schools in the province, come from our schools in the townships. And these youngsters who pay for the country, they even end up going abroad. I've highlighted one player who now plays for the first team of Sundowns from the Wednesday Schools program, and that player was playing at under 15 2 years ago. The player is 17 years old. So this is quite successful, and it's an upward trajectory because of the participation. More and more schools are participating. We are giving schools kits, in particular of the two sporting codes, but we've also introduced other sporting codes, such as golf. It's also been introduced. We've partnered with the Sunshine Tour, which is doing clinics across our schools so that it can unearth, in particular, township talents to participate so that we can get, we are targeting the Tiger Woods and the NELs and so forth. And also other codes such as skateboarding and track and field. So more and more and more learners and schools are participating in that. So our school sports program has been quite effective. In fact, it's one program that as a province we should be proud of, because other provinces are learning that the importance of this Wednesday school. Yes, there are issues that perhaps maybe the capacity of the educators that are training. We are looking at bringing on legends on board to train these particular learners in school sports. So we're doing a lot of work there. With libraries, the one that Honorable, I almost said Councillor, Honorable Member Shabalala, around the Joburg Library, JDA just given a report that the library is on course to reopen. They've met all the compliance. It's just a date that is waiting as to when. So it will be very soon. And like I said, like that one too, you will be invited to come and witness it as we reopen it. And of course, honourable members are correct to raise concern about libraries closing. Libraries should not be closing. And this is what we are working around into introducing a new approach into getting our libraries right. The transformation on the sporting codes, true, but we have come a long way as a nation. Maybe not enough. Maybe the belief should be rather to say, if you look at a sport like rugby, the outlook of the rugby national team, the Springboks, must have an outlook of the demographics of the country. If 80% of the population of the country is black, 80% of the rugby Springboks should be black. That's when we are saying we've achieved equity in the transformation. But in this current form and content, we are happy Mapokopoka are winning, we are applauding, they are raising our national flag, but obviously that means there's still much more work to be done at grassroots level, identifying these players, and also transforming the system internally to ensure that the support should be given to also players of color more as well. So there Honourable, I agree with you. I agree. Is it Ngobeni? Yes, I agree with you there that there's much more needs to be worked. And that includes also sporting codes like swimming. We're doing a lot of work in swimming, identifying talent at a young age. For example, now that we've introduced swimming at grade 1 level, we are hoping that within that program, within that is also part of the multi-certification skills program in education, work in collaboration with sports. Currently, we've got 245,000 learners, young learners who are in the swimming program. So in terms of transforming also at that aspect, we should be able to see results in no time as well. So in terms of budget and the finances, I have to say this, that it needs to be noted that we have spent 94% of our budget. And that's an upward movement from 82% in the previous financial year. So clearly there's more work we're doing, and we're being accountable with regard to that 94%. But also the issues that we're dealing with are more historical, are not new matters that have come in the current or the previous financial year. These are historical matters that we're dealing with together with the AG. So where we are, we know we are committed. I know some other members don't believe that a clean audit is important. For us, it's important because it says we are spending our allocation where it's supposed to be spent, and the AG has got something that's called culture shift, meaning it's not about spending and accounting for every rand. It's also an assessment of the impact, meaning that you said you are going to build a combi court for this month. Are you accountable? Is the combi court there? Before you even get a tick of saying you have a clean audit. So if a department comes to you and says, I've achieved a clean audit, it means it has met its expenditure obligation, it's accountable for the rand, and is also accountable for the impact assessment that is needed by the AG. So it's not useless, honourable members from the DA. I don't know, it was Mulder. It's not useless. If you want us to promote thuggery, we are not going to promote thuggery in our province. In Gauteng, we are adamant to be accountable, to run a corrupt, free, and accountable government. And that's our commitment throughout. So with that said, honourable members, with the GFC, we can't say, the GFC has done well, but we are currently in a phase of moving it from the NPC to an entity that we can, a state company. So that process obviously will delay certain aspects of its activity as well as more, but it does not stop there. They continue to do work, and they continue to be accountable. And yes, they've gotten a clean audit as well for the finance, so they are still accountable. And
thank you, Honourable MEC.
So, just give us time. Once we convert, you'll see the result and the amount of work. But the passion is there, the commitment is there.
Thank you, sir.
And yes, and statistics,
Chair
of chairs.
Thank you, Honourable.
Says almost 50% of filming takes place in our province.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Thank you so much. That concludes that debate. Can we ask the Secretary to read for us the 13th order, please?
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Consideration of the Sports, Recreation, Arts, Culture Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, including its entity, for the 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honourable Klebere, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. May I please request that the parts that I will not read be taken as read. The committee noted that the department achieved 84% of their service delivery targets, which shows an improvement when compared to 69% target achieved in the previous financial year. This target were achieved with the 94.3 expenditure. It is concerning that the department continue to underspend its allocated budget throughout all programs, despite previous committee recommendation for the department to put measures to address this challenge through some programs performed well. The above-mentioned regular expenditure was related to transaction and extension of expired contracts, and effective steps were not taken to prevent this irregular expenditure that is increasing yearly. Of great concern is that most of the irregular expenditure was caused by non-compliance with the Treasury regulations of some of the goods and services of a transaction value above 1 million were procured without inviting competitive bids, and deviation were approved by the accounting officer despite it being practical to invite competitive bidding. Moreover, these issues were raised by the AG as a concern in the previous financial year. However, there are no measures to put to address these challenges. Moreover, the department continued to experience delay in the implementation of the infrastructure project. The challenges experienced relate to the finalization of community libraries, the operationalization of the monuments, transfer to non-profit organization, construction of Kumbikos, the construction of the Soccer Museum and community artificial turfs. The Gauteng Film Commission recorded a decline in performance and program expenditure when compared to the previous financial year. The overall performance of the Commission was affected by the court case related to its legality and the transitioning process that was initiated in the year under review. It is therefore crucial that the department fast-track the process of the registration of the Commission as a public entity, which will put it in a better position to get better funding to make a major impact in the industry it serves, and ultimately benefit the province from the economic spin-offs of filming, because it contributes in a major way to the gross domestic product. The concerns and recommendation committee findings concern, the committee is concerned with the following: the underspending experience in all programs and the impact this has on service delivery. The department is a defendant in various lawsuits and labor disputes amounting to 13,599,000. The Gauteng Film Commission recorded a decline in performance and program expenditure when compared to the previous financial year. Some outputs were not achieved as planned, citing delays in procurement processes, such as the implementation of the social cohesion holiday Monati program, procurement of library materials, procurement of laptops, desktops, and office furniture, procurement of goods and services items under the conditional grant for library programs. There were 210 vacant positions, representing 22.5% vacancy rate at the end of the year under review. Even though this shows an improvement from the 36% vacancy rate recorded in the 22-23 financial year, this vacancy rate is above 10% threshold. Proposed recommendation: the committee proposed the following recommendation to the House for adoption. These recommendations will be responded to by 28 February 2025. The department should provide the committee with a mitigation plan to ensure that funds allocated are spent as projected. Provide the committee with a plan to deal with the reported lawsuits and labor disputes and the liability thereof. The plan should cover the ongoing court matter between the department and 7 employees who had taken the department to court over the non-renewal of their contracts, provide a concrete plan for the registration of the Gauteng Film Commission into the public entity, and provide the committee with a status report, develop a turnaround strategy to address the ongoing supply chain management challenges resulting in delays experienced in the procurement of goods and services impacting certain deliveries, develop and provide a measurable plan to fill vacant posts and ultimately reduce the vacancy rate. The Portfolio Committee on Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation wishes to thank the MEC for Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation Department, Honorable Matume Chilwani, and the HOD, Mr. China Mashinini, and the senior officials from the department and the GFC for the presentation of the annual report and the annual sustained cooperation throughout the annual report process. The committee appreciates the diligent deliberation of the Honorable Chairperson and members of its committee, Member Tinlovu, Member Ibili Tswalo, Member MD Hlope, Member MS Chabalala, Member LD Diakher, Member T Sitika, Member N Miso, Member Arangobeni, Member DK Adams, Member E More, and Member J Miller. The committee would also like to thank the group committee coordinator, Z Panzwambalo, senior researcher, S Nenelui, committee coordinator, P Sugubutu, committee researcher, M Shikwani, senior information officer, J Quits, administrative assistant, L Dabula, and said recorder, R Moremi, public relation officer, AD Call, and service officer, J Mamabulo, for their role throughout the process. Following Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, the Sport, Recreation, Arts, Culture and Recreation Portfolio Committee recommends that the annual oversight report on the Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation for the 23-24 financial year be adopted by the House, considering committee's concern and proposed recommendations made in this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lebera. Can I have a second, please, Honorable Chabalala? Can I have a second, please?
I rise to second.
Thank you, Honorable Letsualo. Can the Secretary please read? Let me ask the question. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those not in favor say no. The report is adopted. Can we please read the 14th order, please, Secretary?
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Community Safety for the 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The debate starts now. Honorable Bosch.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Every year we gather in this House to debate the annual report. And for the past 5 years, I've opened our discussions with heartbreaking stories of those affected by crime in our province. As we reflect on the past year, we confront the grim reality of rising crime statistics, specifically amongst murder, rape, and sexual violence crimes. Just this week alone, we mourned the brutal killings of 2 young boys in Riverlea, and we constantly hear weekly reports of children dying from poisoned food, yet no arrests have been made. As we consider the annual report of the Department of Community Safety for the 2023-2024 financial year, it's crucial to have a frank and honest debate. This report exposes serious shortcomings in our fight against crime and the management of our resources, demanding our urgent attention and decisive action. Despite numerous initiatives and substantial funding, our communities remain under siege. The report confirms what our citizens already know. Our current efforts are ineffective or misapplied. The Democratic Alliance believes we must rethink our approach, reform our systems, and properly resource our efforts to confront these challenges. The lack of meaningful impact in crime prevention highlights the necessity of a collaborative whole-of-society approach that integrates every aspect of the security cluster. The Premier cannot serve as both the Premier and the de facto MEC of his critical portfolio. This dual role dilutes accountability and undermines the focus needed for effective strategies. Let's address the resourcing issues under Premier Lesufi's leadership. While the Premier announced the procurement of vehicles to enhance law enforcement capability, there's no clear plan for how these vehicles will be allocated. We need evidence-based data and a prioritized needs list for our province. It's unacceptable for police stations like the Deer, which has only got one vehicle, or Rietgat, which struggles to share vehicles, to face such challenges. Moreover, the tender for the pistols raises serious concerns. The reported 9.7 million tender for 124 pistols demands scrutiny. We were informed that this was human error, yet no proof has emerged and these pistols cannot be issued without proper licensing and training. The 74.7 million in irregular expenditures, covering helicopter leases and drone purchases, reflects systemic failures in such supply chain management. How can we expect to combat crime effectively when basic processes are mismanaged? The alarming failures in performance are equally concerning. Only 50,334 crime prevention operations were conducted, far below the target of 95,000. Just 3 drones were delivered out of a target of 177, and only 3,110 public passenger transport operations were completed, compared to the goal of 6,900. These failures indicate a department either unwilling or unable to fulfill its commitments. The department's audit findings are equally troubling. Ongoing irregular expenditure has resulted in 19 million wasted on suspensions, a clear sign of mismanagement and a lack of accountability. The Democratic Alliance calls for bold, decisive actions to address these issues. Premier Lesufi must step back from micromanaging this department and trying to control it. We need a full-time MEC who possesses the vitality to lead necessary reforms. We need immediate action is required to combat irregular expenditure, enhance procurement processes, and improve oversight. We must close resource gaps swiftly, utilizing sound, evidence-based data to ensure that the promised drones and other essential tools are reaching the front lines of crime prevention.
Thank you, Honourable Bosch. Your time is up.
Gauteng deserves
Thank you,
better.
Honourable Bosch.
The province looks to us for leadership.
Your time is up.
The time is to act
Honourable
now,
Bosch.
and Premier Lesufi, it's time to
Your time is up.
reform and properly resource our fight.
Honourable
against
Bosch.
crime. Thank you.
Your time is up. Thank you so much. Honourable Mboloka. You're online. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Ke dumedise wena, modulasetulo wa badulasetulo kaofela, ke dumedise basebetsi mmoho le baahi bohle ba Gauteng. Honourable Chair of Chairs, today we rise with a sense of urgency to address the 2023-2024 annual report of the Department of Community
Sorry, Honourable,
Safety.
put on your video, please. It's on.
My
I can't
video
see.
is on, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I can't see it. All right, thank you so much.
Thank
Continue.
you. Today we rise with a sense of urgency to address the 2023-2024 annual report of the Department of Community Safety. While it highlights the strides made in combating crime and enhancing safety in Gauteng, we must also confront the stark realities that lie beneath the surface of these figures. Honourable Chair of Chairs, the installation of CCTV cameras in various communities was meant to bolster crime prevention efforts. Yet the report reveals glaring gaps in their monitoring and integration with SAPS operations, rendering this technology essentially useless. Without active oversight and real-time on these cameras serves as nothing more than expensive ornaments in our neighborhoods. This is a cross-misallocation of resources that could have been directed towards immediate and impactful safety measures. Honourable Chair of Chairs, while the Community Safety Forum are critical in fostering collaboration between law enforcement and residents, the report highlights significant challenges in their functionality due to political instability in municipalities. This has weakened their effectiveness, leaving a critical gap in grassroots crime prevention efforts. Without robust factional CSFs, we are failing to harness community-driven solutions to combat crime and build safer neighborhoods. Honorable Chair of Chairs, trust is the cornerstone of public safety, yet report highlights a troubling lack of transparency. Despite investing millions in drones, patrol vehicles, and helicopters, there's a little evidence of their tangible impact on reducing crime rates. Where are the metrics showing how this investment has made our streets safer? Our citizens deserve answers, not just rosy brochures and promises. Honorable Chair of Chairs, while I commend the department for supporting 8,927 victims of GBVF, it is distressing to note that not all Green Doors facilities are fully operational, with only 95% functionality achieved. This shortfall is more than statistics. It represents survivors left without critical support when they are most vulnerable. Honorable members, can we call our self-caring government when such gaps persist? Honorable Chair of Chairs, lastly, I must question the 32 million paid in advance to the South African National Defence Force for the training of crime prevention warden. Despite this payment, training outcomes remains unclear, and the promises results are delayed. This raises the serious questions about oversight and financial prudence. Honorable Chair of Chairs, we cannot ignore this issue. They demand accountability, immediate corrective action. The people of Gauteng look to this House for leadership. Let us act decisively to ensure that every rand spent translates into a safer community.
Thank you.
Infrastructure.
Thank you, Honorable
restores
Maloka.
trust.
Your time is up. Thank you so much. Thank you, Honorable. Honorable F.J. Mulder, you are online. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Honorable Chairs, seeing that it's almost time for holiday, there's a saying that goes like this. It says that a change is as good as a holiday. And for that reason, I will now address the House in Afrikaans. Achtbare voorsitter, misdaad bly 'n ernstige bedreiging. Almal in Suid-Afrika, met Suid-Afrika en Gauteng se moordsyfers tans hoër as lande wat in volskaalse oorlog gewikkeld is. Daarom behoort die polisiediens deur professioneel opgeleide lede gelewer en gelei te word. Dit is van kardinale belang dat die effektiwiteit van misdaadintelligensie om misdaad te voorkom verbeter moet word. Ondoeltreffende polisieering lei daartoe dat landsburgers vir 'n basiese owerheidsverpligting moet betaal. Artikel 12.1 van die Suid-Afrikaanse Grondwet bepaal dat elkeen die reg op veiligheid het. Achtbare voorsitter, die staat het egter reeds daarin gefaal om die burgers se veiligheid te waarborg. Daarom moet Gautengers nou met nabelaste geld vir hulle eie veiligheid en sekuriteit sorg. Daar behoort in werklikheid wetgewing geskryf te word wat 'n formule bepaal om belastingkorting te gee aan belastingbetalers wat met nabelaste geld 'n regeringsfunksie of verpligting moet verrig, daar waar die owerhede val. Achtbare voorsitter, daar is 'n verpligting op ons almal, die Gauteng-regering, die wetstoepassingsagentskappe, die amptdraers van hierdie huis, elke lid van die gemeenskap en elke gemeenskap in Gauteng om aktief betrokke te raak in misdaadsbestryding. Die Gauteng-regering moet egter die klimaat skep daarvoor deur 'n toegewyde lid van die uitvoerende raad aan te wys buite die premier se kantoor om gemeenskapsveiligheid in Gauteng te verseker. Dankie, achtbare voorsitter.
Dank u, achtbare raadslid. Thank you, Honorable Mulder. Honorable J.C. Moody.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Crime and community safety is a critical issue that affects us all. In Gauteng, which is the home of over 15 million people whose safety and security is the responsibility of this government. Despite some very innovative efforts made, crime remains a major concern. Daily we see and read or are informed on social media platforms about hijackings, robberies, murder, gender violence, human trafficking, illegal mining activities, etc. That keeps our communities trapped in fear, even in our own very same homes. It is now time for action. We need to address the root causes of crime such as poverty, accelerated by unemployment and inequality. We need to invest in our youth, providing them with opportunities and alternatives to crime. We need to strengthen our criminal justice system, ensuring our criminals are not just arrested, but actually successfully prosecuted. For this to happen, the police should be taught to take proper statements that record the specific elements necessary to prove the crime. And detectives need to be properly trained and resourced. Any good detective can only be successful in solving their cases with the use of a pool of reliable informers. Crime intelligence is necessary to combat crime effectively, especially organized crime. Sadly, crime intelligence and the effective use of informers is lacking in SAPS. The establishment of specialized units properly trained and resourced to combat the scourge of organized crime such as the construction mafia, the water tanker mafia, the building hijackings mafia, the human trafficking mafia, and drug cartels is urgently needed. It seems that organized crime has the upper hand in our beloved province and country. Notwithstanding the many concerns raised about the selection processes of candidates and the procurement of the service provided to train the traffic wardens, as well as other alleged irregularities in procurement processes, and the still outstanding issue regarding their certification as peace officers, and Member Bosch raised a couple of issues here as well, and other speakers as well, in terms of financial spend of the department. I will admit that these traffic wardens are indeed making a difference with the SAPS, especially where the SAPS management utilizes them efficiently and effectively and strategically at those stations where they are deployed to. I have personally seen and I've personally experienced that. So with all these other issues that we face here, and we need to address those issues, let us recognize where there is a difference being made, instead of just standing here and criticizing all the way. Yes, there's a lot to criticize. But
Thank you.
we are seeing excellence, and we can
Thank
see
you, Honourable
people...
Moody.
Thank you, Chair.
Your time is up. Well done. Honourable M. San.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Chair, I must echo the sentiment expressed by my colleague, Honourable Bosch, in her speech. In the same spirit, I feel that I'm compelled to share with this House and the residents of Gauteng my observations from overseeing the Community Safety Department. Firstly, finances. The department was allocated an annual budget of 2.7 billion rand for the period under review. Of this amount, only 2.3 billion, that's 86%, was spent, leaving an underspend of 397 million rand. This represents 397 million rand worth of unexecuted mandates and undelivered services to the people of Gauteng. The department failed to meet the target for reducing irregular expenditure. Among the highlighted irregularities are 37 million incurred through the leasing of helicopters. The audit team found that the department failed to comply with the special conditions of the contract. 10.8 million rand spent on the procurement of drones. For the past 3 years, financial years, the department has consistently failed to achieve its target, and we're yet to see tangible measures to implement to curb this irregular spending. Let's go to the operations, and let us not forget the basics. Page 68 and 69 of the department's report detailed the number of operations conducted, some of which are on target and some were not. However, a glaring omission is a lack of mention of traffic points duties in the report. A recent audit by the Gauteng Department of Roads and Logistics revealed that 149 out of 400 provincial traffic lights are dysfunctional. Many of these are located at major intersections. Residents of Gauteng are now unwillingly accustomed to vagrants taking over the role of Gauteng traffic police officers and metro police officers for traffic management and road safety. In fact, Gauteng motorists are more likely to encounter the Premier than to see a traffic officer directing a broken traffic down light. And this brings me to my next observation. Premier Lesufi has effectively positioned himself as the de facto MEC for community safety. Yet his attendance in the committee meetings is rare, is that of a traffic officer at a broken traffic light. While we appreciate the attendance of his proxy, MEC Mamapolo, this arrangement renders our oversight engagement with the Premier unproductive and meaningless, as we are unable to hold him directly accountable. The lack of accountability has also filtered into other oversight functions. Written questions to the Premier regarding community safety are often unanswered, late, in some cases not at all. And as I conclude, Chair of Chairs, while we acknowledge the progressive work done in certain of the areas and will give credit where credit is due, but Gauteng remains far from safe. Crime and grime dominates our daily lives. Violent crime continues to plague the province. Business people and corporate executives now fear not only of the economic downturn, but also the growing threat of kidnappings. These are unmistakably signs of a struggling government. We call upon you, Mr. Premier, to prioritise the safety and the well-being of the Gauteng's resident. Action is urgently needed, not just verbal defence in this House. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Son. Honourable Tiku Nene.
Honourable Chair of Chairs, honourable members, fellow citizens of Gauteng, it takes a bold, can-do attitude to identify challenges and craft innovative solutions that go beyond the ordinary. The Premier of Gauteng exemplified this approach during his first State of the Province address, when he announced the establishment of crime prevention wardens. This bold vision of the Premier has been brought to life through the relentless execution of the department led by the MEC Faith Mazibuko. Mwelase, Nzima, Siyabonga. This vision led to the appointment of 7,361 crime prevention wardens who were strategically deployed across the province. These wardens, in collaboration with Gauteng Traffic Police and South African Police, have conducted over 100,000 crime prevention operations, resulting in a significant reduction in crime rates. Under the visionary leadership of our comrade Premier and our provincial chairperson of the ANC, Gauteng has embraced the power of technology to increase police visibility and strengthen crime prevention efforts. At the end of the financial year under review, we have seen the deployment of 38 drones, 337 patrol vehicles, and 3 helicopters, each representing a tangible step forward in securing our communities. These tools are now operational, enhancing the ability of law enforcement agencies to monitor, to respond, and prevent criminal activity in ways that were previously unimaginable. Under the focused leadership of MEC Mazibuko, the Premier's vision became a reality. Thank you for ensuring that our province leads the charge in using innovation to fight crime. Honourable Chair of Chairs, gender-based violence and femicide remains one of the most pressing challenges of our time. It is a pandemic that primarily affects women. In this fight, we must act with agency, compassion, and determination. During the period under review, the department has taken decisive steps to support victims of gender-based violence and femicide, providing much-needed care and assistance to those who have endured unimaginable pain. Through victim-friendly rooms, Ikayale Temba, and Green Door facilities, the department has provided support to survivors, offering space for healing and recovery. During the reporting period, a total of 8,927 gender-based violence victims were supported with counseling and other psychosocial services. This is not just a number. It represents thousands of lives that have been touched, thousands of survivors who have been given tools to rebuild their lives. Honorable members and the people of Gauteng, we must confront a painful truth. Alcohol abuse, unfortunately, remains a major driver of violence, including gender-based violence and femicide. This is not a new problem, but it demands renewed agency. Honorable members, the fight against gender-based violence and femicide requires all of us, government, civil society, and communities to work together. It demands resources, unwavering commitment, and above all, compassion. Only through our collective efforts can we hope to make a significant impact in this crucial battle. Honorable Chair, in the period under review, we note and commend the proactive measures undertaken by the South African Police Service through Operation Shanela and Operation Valamkoti to combat high volumes of crime, particularly illegal mining and drug-related offenses. Their dedication and hard work are truly commendable. Operation Shanela has proven to be a decisive and impactful initiative in the fight against crime. Through this operation, SAPS has successfully arrested suspects involved in a range of serious offenses, including cash-in-transit robberies, extortion at construction sites, and the possession of illegal firearms. For instance, in Sebokeng, 11 suspects were shot and killed before they could leave a safe house to commit another robbery. In Makhado, Limpopo, 19 suspects linked to cash-in-transit incidents in Gauteng, Mpumalanga, and Limpopo were intercepted and neutralized during a similar operation. At these crimes, SAPS seized explosives, high-caliber firearms, and ammunition, as well as high-performance vehicles that had been hijacked or stolen. Starting on 1 December 2023, Operation Vala Umkoti was launched to address the illegal mining crisis affecting 3 districts in Gauteng, Ekurhuleni, Joburg, and the West Rand. This coordinated effort operates weekly through these high-risk areas, targeting the root causes of illegal mining activities. A notable success occurred on the 2nd of February 2024 in Matholesville, Roodepoort, where Operation Vala Umkoti brought together sub-specialized units such as Public Order Policing, Tactical Response Team, National Intervention Unit, alongside other partners. From December 2023 to February 2024, approximately 600 arrests were made, including 500 undocumented persons. 6 firearms were seized, which included 3 rifles, explosives, gold-bearing material, and thousands of pieces of illegal mining equipment. Honorable Chair, criminals are not magicians or witches or Kasisotu Baloi who can fly or disappear into thin air. They are people who live among us. They are our neighbors, our relatives, and even our friends. Our responsibility is to expose and stop them by working hand in hand with law enforcement agencies to protect our communities. Sithembe wena panyapanya, masivalelo izinzo laboya, mayiboshwe imigundatshani, mayibhadle ejele imigulukudu. Asibonge.
Thank you, Honorable Kunene. Honorable MEC Mamabolo, would you please respond to the debate on behalf of the Premier? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Let me put forward the apology of the Acting Premier, MEC Maile, who had to attend to another important engagement. Whilst, of course, we wish the Premier well, but to the Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, to members of EXCO, to the Chief Whip, the Deputy Chief Whip, to all the entire leadership that is here, let me take the opportunity to greet the Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Dr. Edgar Masuku. Edgar, yes. Wallace, yes. Thank you very much. Let me also take the opportunity, Chair of Chairs, to acknowledge the contribution to this department made by MEC Mazibuko. The HOD of the department is here, and happy Christmas to the HOD, and wishing you a good resting period during the festive. It has been a tough year, HOD. Now, honorable members, you'll agree with me that Honorable Kunene, the Deputy Chair of Chairs, has quite eloquently covered sufficient ground with great passion, with a very reassuring gesture in the manner in which he dealt with the issues, including his absolute motion of confidence in the leadership of the Premier. I think you have covered all the issues. I don't think it will be correct to repeat the points you have made. And for that, I think the Premier will also agree that you have sufficiently covered the input that you would have made. So thanks to you. And also let's wish you a happy Christmas as you take the rest. Now, just few points, and in these few points, I just want to appeal to the leadership of the Democratic Alliance, and really in a very peaceful way, to plead with the DA. You know, members of the DA, it is very concerning that when we were adopting the budgets, when we were voting on the budgets in this House, and because this is the annual, is the last debate, I guess, and I think the last for the year, let me take this opportunity to say to the DA, when we were voting for the budgets, you took a very negative posture and almost objected to everything. When we started the debate yesterday, on Monday, and yesterday and today, you are still in the mode of gloom and doom and just seeing negativity everywhere. I don't think that is correct. And this is a plea that, you can't turn gloom and doom already into an orthodoxy. Make it, embed it in everything you do and see, and not even have the courage sometimes to appreciate some of the good work that is being done. I don't think that is correct. And I must say that I'm deeply encouraged by the sentiment made by Honorable Modi in his very well articulated position that perhaps we must, yes, of course, criticize, but sometimes we can appreciate the good work being done. I think that's being negative throughout, all the time negative and only negative. I don't think it is correct. I think you need to change. You need to change your approach. You need to change the way in which you are doing things and the overall outlook you have adopted, I think is not correct. Being negative, criticizing can't be a policy. All what you do is only to criticize. I think you need to revisit, maybe during December, next year when you come, please come with a positive outlook and positive energy. Let's play it with you. You know, that maybe in next year when we start, be different. I mean, look, for example, the honorable member of the Democratic Alliance is saying that, Honorable Bosch, just to demonstrate the point, she is saying this department has no plan on how to allocate the board vehicles. I mean, how can you say such a, really? The department buys vehicles, and then you say they don't even know how to allocate them. How true can that be? And this is really a very trivial point which I don't think even should have been made. The department spent money buying vehicles to strengthen its capacity to fight crime. And to try to trivialize this in this manner, just indicate a political party that really needs a fundamental shift in how it does things. Listen to, and I must say, Honorable Soon, I was really thinking you're going to do better. But I must express my deepest disappointment with you. You say that, you made a very good point, but then dropped it immediately. You say, we must give credit where credit is due. Then you end there, no credit given. Why did you say that in the first place? At least if you could have given at least some bit of credit to be consistent with the point you are making. How can you say we must give credit where credit is due and then no credit? Huh? I really expected better from you, that you will give some positive point. So deeply disappointed in what you have said. So I think let me conclude by just saying, because it has also been a long 3 tough days, I just want to say to the DA that I think in the next year, it might actually help you a lot, in what I plead as perhaps change in how you do things. And I wish you could at least have the courage to see the forest for the trees. Have the courage to see the wood for the trees. And at least every Monday to Friday, have the courage to find a good way. In case this sounds very complex to you, let me make it easy to you. All what it means is have the courage to see a bigger picture, to build a province, to build a country, not to be a narrow opposition party of narrow rejectionism all the time. Please, we need change of gear. Thank you very much. We hope the DA will think through this matter as we take the period of constituency and rest. Thank you very much. Thanks, honorable members. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Honorable MEC Mamabolo. That concludes that debate. Secretary, can you please read the 15th order? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Consideration of Community Safety Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Community Safety for the 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Dr. Masuku. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairs of Chairs, and good afternoon to the Gauteng citizens and members of the executive and honorable members of the House. This report represents the committee's overview on the assessment of the annual performance report of the Department of Community Safety for financial year 23-24. The committee welcomes the unqualified audit opinion received by the department. The department achieved 90% of its planned service delivery targets for the period under review. In respect to financial performance, 2.3 billion was spent of its allocation of 2.7 billion, marking 85.6% expenditure. The budget expenditure per program was as follows. On Program 1, which is administration, the department spent 221.5 million of the 225.5 million which was allocated, representing 98.2%. Program 2, which is provincial secretariat, the department spent 329.6 million out of 331 million, marking 99.6% expenditure. On Program 3, the traffic management, the department spent 2.2 billion of the budget, and this also actually is represent 82.3 expenditure. Actually, it spent 1.8 billion of 2.2 billion of the allocated budget. The committee noted that the department continued to exercise its oversight function over the law enforcement agencies. The department reports that oversight visits were undertaken to 144 police stations and Metro Police Department offices to monitor their performance in line with the policy frameworks. The committee acknowledged the report that the coordination of collaboration amongst the law enforcement agencies was monitored through a provincial joint operation and intelligence structure, ProvJoints, and its priority committees. Accordingly, the department makes sure that this initiative has resulted in significant success in some of the critical police areas, such as curbing the scourge of illegal mining, proliferation of drugs and substance abuse, and illegal occupation of land and deliberated buildings. The committee welcomes the initiative to use technology to increase police visibility and strengthen crime prevention efforts. At the end of this reporting period, 38 drones, 337 patrol vehicles, 3 helicopters have been acquired and deployed in different operations. About 7,361 Gauteng traffic wardens were appointed and deployed across the corridors in the province. There were almost 101,346 crime prevention operations were conducted by the Gauteng traffic wardens, supported by the Gauteng Traffic Police and the SAPS. The committee was, however, concerned about the delays in certification and inadequate capacitation and resourcing of the Gauteng traffic wardens. The committee was also concerned about the department's inability to attain the target related to training of drone operators. The department also continues to provide support for the victims of gender-based violence and femicide through various support services offered to victim-friendly rooms, Ikaya Letemba, and Green Door facilities. A total of 8,927 GBVF victims were supported with counseling and other forms of psychosocial services. 1,218 criminal cases were tracked with criminal justice system. 332 court picket sessions in support of victims of the gender-based violence were conducted. The committee was concerned that the department was still struggling to achieve the desired reduction on road fatalities, despite numerous programs implemented to reduce these. As we enter the festive season, the committee urges the department jointly with all other road players to implement an integrated strategy to enhance road users' compliance to minimize road crashes and fatalities. The committee also assessed Rietgat Police Station performance of the first quarter in 2024-25 financial year. The station recorded an increase 25.9% overall increase in their performance in overall 17 community reported offences and compared to the same period of the previous financial year. In terms of contact crimes category, the station recorded an overall increase by 34.7% with some of the subcategories that were reviewed. The station performed relatively well on crimes heavily dependent on police action, which include detection of illegal possession of firearm, ammunition, drug-related crimes, and driving under the influence of alcohol. Furthermore, the committee welcomes the intervention made by the SAPS through Operation Chanela Operation Valum Koti, to quell the high volumes of crime, particularly the one related to illegal mining and drug-related crimes. The committee also is concerned raised by the residents of Soshanguve during the committee's public engagement. Some of the concerns raised were the under-resourcing of local police station, contravention of the liquor license regulation, and lack of integration with the criminal justice system value chain. The committee will engage with relevant role players to ensure that these concerns are addressed. Having said that, the committee, in summary, has made the following findings. The underachievement on in the employment of persons living with disability, the procurement of 337 patrol vehicles exceeding the planned targets to procure 257 by its 80 more vehicles that were procured, the non-achievement of the establishment of the Provincial Integrated Command Center, the delays in the certification, limited capacitation and resourcing of Gauteng traffic wardens, the inability to attain the targets to train 90 officials to be qualified to be drone operators. The report that 11 community safety forums were assessed, the inability to achieve a reduction on road crashes and fatalities. The committee noted the quarterly review session with law enforcement were conducted. The following recommendations were thus made, and which response we expect them to be given to us on the 15th of February 2025. Implement an enhanced strategy to achieve the target on employment of persons with disability. Report on the financial implications on the exceeding of the planned procurement of patrol vehicles. A report on the establishment of the Provincial Integrated Command Center. The intervention made to ensure the certification of the Gauteng traffic wardens as peace officers. The intervention made to achieve the set targets of officials who have successfully completed the drone operating training. A comprehensive report on the functionality of the community safety forums. The improved strategy must be developed to implement to reduce the road fatalities. As a chairperson of the committee, I've actually requested that the parts of the report that have not been read out loud be considered as read. I hereby convey gratitude to the Premier, Panyaza Lusufi, HOD, Ms. Nontsikelelo Sisulu, and their team for the cooperation during the committee's assessment of the department's annual performance of the financial year 23-25. Also extend gratitude to the members of the committee, Honorable Manamela, Honorable Gnene, Honorable Moody, Honorable Evans, Honorable Maloka, Honorable Nyati, Honorable Bosch, Honorable Sun, in ensuring that we are able to engage fruitfully in making sure we do our oversight mandate over the department. I further thank the staff members led by the group committee coordinator Zuziwe Pachwa, Mbalo, Senior Researcher Sekina Mnueli, Committee Researcher Babalo Malise Banda, Committee Coordinator Tabile Malumane, Committee Administrator Ntabising Mufukeng, Communication Officer Tebe Kumalo, Hansard Recorder Sylvester Baloi, Information Officer Ms. Azandini Nechubui, Service Officer Fezega Royo, Public Participation Manager Ms. L. Tija, assisted by Tsakane Nkumane for the continued support. In accordance to Rule 117, Section 2, Subsection C, read together with Rule 164 of the GPL Standing Rules, I, Bandile Masuku, the Chairperson of the Community Safety, hereby table the Oversight Report on 23-25 Annual Report for the Department of Community Safety to the House for adoption, taking into the consideration the concern and proposed recommendations made in this report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Masuku. Can I have a seconder, please?
I, John Moody, stand to second.
Thank you, Honorable Moody. Can the Secretary please read the 16th order, please?
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Public Accounts Standing Committee Oversight Report on the report of Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the financial statement of the following reports. Department of Human Settlement, Gauteng Partnership Fund, Gauteng Housing Fund, Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Department of Education, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, Gauteng Film Commission, Department of Community Safety for the year ended 31st March 2024. Thank you.
Honorable Moody, we save the best for last. Thank you.
Thank you for that recognition, Mr. Chair of Chairs. Let me take this opportunity also to just wish all the members and the staff of the legislature a blessed festive season, and I pray that we will all have a good break and that next year will bring forth good things to us all, and more specifically to the citizens of Gauteng. Mr. Chair of Chairs, I, John Moody, the Chairman of Standing Committee on Public Accounts, tables the committee's oversight reports on the reports of the Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the financial statements of the departments and entities, as has just been called out by the Secretariat. Excuse me. I request that these reports tabled be taken as read. I will present a short consolidated report of the oversight reports of the committee. Mr. Chair of Chairs, please allow me not to comment on the full audit findings of the departments and entities, as the portfolio committees have reported on these when they tabled their oversight reports during the sittings over the past few days. The audit opinion, I draw the attention of the House to the fact that of the 8 reports scoped by tabling today, 4 entities and departments received unqualified audits without any material findings. 3 received unqualified opinions with material findings, and 1 received an adverse audit opinion. I will deal with the departments and entities which received clean audits first. Gauteng Department of Human Settlements received an unchanged audit opinion for 2 consecutive years. The department would like, the committee would like to highlight the fact that this department was defending lawsuits from the previous financial years to the amount of 2,702,063 cents. I can read my figures. The AG raised a number of areas of concern which the Housing Portfolio Committee raised during the debate on the annual report. Thus, I will not repeat these. This department was subjected to public hearings together with the Gauteng Housing Fund. The Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, COGTA, which has managed to sustain a clean audit over the past 5 years, including this financial year that we are dealing with now. 3, the Gauteng Department of Education, which achieves a clean audit for 2 consecutive financial years. The Gauteng Film Commission, which has managed to sustain a clean audit over 5 consecutive years. The following 3 departments and entities received unqualified audit opinions with material findings. Number 1 is the Gauteng Partnership Fund, which has once more received an unqualified audit with material findings over the past 3 years. The findings by the AG, Auditor General reported that the financial statements submitted for auditing were not fully prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by Section 55, subsection 1B of the PFMA. Material misstatements of revenue and disclosure items identified by the auditors in the submitted financial statements were corrected, resulting in the financial statements receiving an unqualified audit opinion. Furthermore, the AG reported that senior management did not prepare regular, accurate, and complete financial statements that are supported by reliable information. This entity has 5 recommendations that they have to report back to the committee on. May I just take this opportunity also to just state that I previously indicated that there were recommendations that has to be reported on the relative departments where those were given, as well as these that I will be reading further on. Those reports back have to happen by the 28th of February next year. Cheers, Bramek. The Department of Sports, Art and Culture and Recreation received an unqualified audit opinion with material findings as it did in the previous 2 financial years. This department was subjected to a public hearing. The AG's findings were the same as that in the previous entity that I've just discussed now, regarding inadequate steps to prevent irregular expenditure as required by Section 38(1), subsection C, and Roman figure 2 of the PFMA. Most of the irregular expenditure was caused by the utilization of expired contracts, which just rolls over month to month. The AG, Auditor General, also highlighted an opinion that disciplinary steps were not taken against officials who had incurred and/or permitted irregular expenditure as required by Section 38, subsection 1, subsection 8H, Roman figure 2 of the PFMA. This department has 9 recommendations it has to report back on to the committee. Gauteng community safety. This department also received an unqualified opinion, audit opinion with material findings, which ironically is an improvement on the previous year, 2022-2023. The Auditor General reported that the department is the defendant in various lawsuits amounting to 495 million rand, 408,000, with no provision for any liability. May I add that this same situation prevails in all the departments and entities in the province. There is no provision made in the accounting for lawsuits against any department. With regard to irregular expenditure, the committee is interested in the outcomes of the actions to be taken against the official implicated in the approval email from National Treasury to purchase motor vehicles for the traffic wardens. This department has 6 recommendations which it has to report back on. Mr. Chair of Chairs, the Gauteng Housing Fund is the only entity in the provincial government that received an adverse audit opinion, which is reported as being an improvement on the opinion from those received in the previous 4 financial years, ironically so. The SCOPA committee is of the view that the progress in dealing with the audit shortcomings from the past have not been dealt with efficiently and effectively. At the public hearing, the committee had raised our concerns with the MEC and trusted, unlike the previous commitments made to address the matters leading to this unacceptable outcome, we will actually see an improvement in the accounting practices by the entity, resulting in positive change. Findings by the AG. The Auditor General reported that the financial statements submitted for auditing were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework and supported by full and proper records as required by Section 40, subsections 1A and B of the PFMA. Material misstatements identified by the auditors in the submitted financial statements were not corrected, and the uncorrected material misstatements and or supporting records could not be provided, resulting in the financial statements receiving this adverse opinion. Mr. Chair of Chairs, once more on behalf of SCOPA, I need to bring to the attention of the House the Supreme Court of Appeal's groundbreaking ruling in the case of Mbambisa and others versus the Nelson Mandela Bay Metropolitan Municipality. We've been stressing this over the past 3 days. We have heard about our auditing and our accounting being, rands and cents being accounted for. But when a person looks at fruitless and wasteful and irregular expenditure, that is where the dabbling happens. And unless consequent management follows, to both those who are involved from a departmental perspective as well as contractors, we will continue to spend money and we'll continue to see little bits of improvement, and overall we'd see a regression or a stagnation of progress, and our people in Gauteng deserve better. Conclusion, the committee, that is SCOPA, notes the commitments made by the MECs and the accounting officers responsible for the management and political leadership of the various departments and entities when they appeared before the committee at the public hearings, and also those who responded to us via questions that were sent to them. We trust that the corrective actions taken and plans put into place to prevent matters of concern raised will be implemented and ultimately result in the improvement of audit outcomes in the near future. Mr. Mr. Chair of Chairs, may I take this opportunity to look at the acknowledgements? Over the past 2 days, I haven't done that. I've left it for now. On behalf of the Scopa Committee, I would like to express our appreciation to the Premier, all the MECs, the officials of the departments and entities, as well as the representatives from the following stakeholders: the Public Services Commissioner, Mr. Vusimusi Mavuso, the Public Services from Gauteng Treasury, Ms. Kolisa Nodada, and Ms. Kokeki Wolifant, and the team from the Auditor General led by Mrs. Melissa McCarthy for their cooperation and support throughout the assessment period. I'd like to thank the following members: Emi Kumalo, T. Kunene, Amosai, G. Tlabere, G.D. Sneeman, A.J. Fuchs, I.W. Saliers, Emma Suleng, Aid Kaba, and L.J. Evans for their diligent deliberations during the entire process. Their dedication to ensuring that this seventh administration improves on not only its financial management but achieves a significant improvement in service delivery standards, ultimately resulting in a better life experience for our citizens, is appreciated and acknowledged. I thank you very much for your support. Last but not least, thank you. Last but not least, the support staff whose commitment is unquestionable. Group Committee Coordinator Ms. Monica Vaas for tabling the reports, Senior Committee Coordinators Mr. Simon Mkholejo and Mrs. Mompati Khaunwi, Committee Researcher Ms. Lorato Mafokeng, Administrative Assistant Sizakele Mtembu, Media and Liaison Officer Ms. Panu Bolisi-Sekhobo, I've got that one right, Senior Information Officer Jackie Letswalo, Legal and Procedural Advisor Ms. Winnie Ngubeni, Service Officer Letemba Simon, Public Participations Officer Ms. Lorato Botman, and Hansard Operator Mr. Michael Makwela, without whom this process would not have been successfully completed. Very often we don't realize as members how much we are dependent upon our staff, and we very seldom express an appreciation for the work that they do. They are indeed the wings, the wind beneath our wings.
As we move for adoption, Honourable Moody.
Adoption. After due deliberations, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, SCOPA, unanimously adopted their reports and the auditors' reports on the Auditor General on the financial statements on the following departments and entities for the financial year ended 31 March 2024. Human Settlements, Gauteng Housing Fund, Gauteng Partnership Fund, Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Department of Education, Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, Gauteng Film Commission, and the Department of Community Safety. In terms of Standing Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with 164, the committee presents to this House the above-mentioned reports for consideration and adoption. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Moody. Can I have a seconder, please?
Chair, I move for adoption.
Thank you, Honourable Steenema. May I put a question to the House? All those in favour say yes. Yes. All those not in favour say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. Honourable members?
Chair.
Yes, Honourable Kunene.
The annual report of community safety was not adopted.
It was. Yes.
Okay.
It was.
Okay. From this side, there's an understanding that it was never adopted. But if
no, he seconded it.
He seconded it.
Yes.
The last part.
Okay, the yes have it.
Yes.
It's adopted, yeah.
The last part.
Okay. Thank you so much. Honourable members, as we have come to the end of this sitting, the past 3 days has been grueling. Thank you so much for all of you. A big thank you to presiding officers, the acting secretary executive team, support staff of legislature, all committees, the Premier and his MECs, his cabinet, security that keeps us safe. This brings us to the end of our business today. Please, the announcement is as follows. There's an important announcement, is that the Premier State of the Province address will be on Monday, the 24th of February, 2025. That is on Monday, 24th of February, 2025. Also, please remember, all the chairs, the Chair of Chairs review sessions is from the 9th to the 11th. That concludes the business of the day. Thank you, everybody, and God bless. Amen. I put in the invoice.
God bless you. God bless you, Chairperson. Top chance.